Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by Tracy Shuchart, our Senior Economist, and Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and the one and only Pipsar Blake Morrow. Good morning, everybody.
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
all.
Jim.
Morning, Jim.
Interesting day. I got a lot of green on the board after a lot of red on the board yesterday. We'll go through asset by asset class next, but Shai, what's with the news?
Well, the most important news of the day is it is Delhi's birthday today. So happy birthday,
Whoa.
Delhi. None of us would be here without you. We love and appreciate you. So wish Delhi a happy birthday, everyone.
Wow, happy birthday. I
Happy
didn't know that.
birthday.
Stuck at 29 years old.
And he has the best hair in the business, no doubt. Now Blake's
yes, well,
second place, but Delhi's number one.
I mean, it is. Oh, he has standout, amazing hair. I have to admit.
He does. All right. So moving on to the actual news, to reality news. We, in the Iran front, yes, we are having to talk about this once again. U.S. Central Command said it hit 90 targets on Wednesday evening after 80 the previous day to further degrade the Islamic Republic's ability to attack commercial shipping in the Strait. Iran responded by targeting U.S. bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. This is like put the Strait at a halt once again. So we had backlog of tankers like stuck in the Persian Gulf. There's a bunch stuck outside the Persian Gulf. There was stuck in the Persian Gulf. Those over, since the MOU has started, we have been able to clear the backlog. Now we have this fresh military flare up and ships don't want to even enter the region now. So that is at a standstill right now. Just this morning, Jordan said that they intercepted 8 Iranian missiles after sirens sounded, and Iran says the U.S. struck one of their, I don't know how to pronounce it, sorry, nuclear plant perimeters. We did see crude tick higher on that, though, has given some of that back. U.S. average gasoline prices rise to $3.846 a gallon on July 9th. This is the third consecutive increase. In chip stocks, we do see green on the board today, mostly due to overnight trading. South Korea's equity benchmark Kospi gained as much as 4.1% as their chip stocks jumped higher. You had SK Hynix jumped as much as 9.2% and Samsung 5.1%. So we do have globally seeing chip stocks higher on that. We do have SK Hynix is listing in the U.S. It says that it is more than 7 times oversubscribed. The offering would raise about $24.5 billion, according to Bloomberg calculations, and would rank among the highest ever debuts in the U.S. by a foreign company, second only to Alibaba. We are getting some tweaks to PCE. So there's a little bit of a revamp of the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation gauge that actually could tip the scales against interest rate increases this year. The planned changes to PCE index would have likely lowered core inflation had they been already applied to the latest data. So the case for Fed remaining on hold has strengthened substantially, according to Stephanie Roth, chief economist at Wolfe Research. So they are tweaking PCE in favor of the downside. Moving on, Swift, who we all know that's a messaging system that used by banks for millions of transactions a day, is now going to have a blockchain-based network designed to facilitate around-the-clock money transfers across borders. It'll be 17 banks from around the world are preparing to pilot live transaction using tokenized deposits in its new system. And so that'll be an interesting foray into kind of tokenization of the financial markets in the mainstream financial markets. Moving on really quickly, we did see U.S. consumer borrowing. Craig talks about it a lot. We talk a lot about this on the show, that we are seeing some cracks in the consumer. So we did have consumer retail numbers out yesterday, and U.S. consumer borrowing unexpectedly declined for the first time since 2024 on a drop in revolving credit. Total credit outstanding decreased about 182 million in May after sizable increases in the prior 2 months. That was driven by a decline in credit card and other revolving debt outstanding. Now, non-revolving credit, such as loans for vehicle purchases and school tuition, rose 5.1 billion in May. And kind of on the back of that, we did have Pepsi reporting this morning. They saw a 2% decline in revenue in North American food business, saying that shopper budgets hit their snack sales. And then there was also another interesting article in Bloomberg as well, saying that wealthier Americans are cutting back to school spending by 20%. Which is interesting because companies kind of have relied on that cohort of the population to help make up for the erosion in spending by lower earners. Something to keep an eye on. And then as far as data is concerned, today we have at 8:30 initial jobless claims and at 10 existing home sales. So jobless claims expected to be in line, and existing home sales will not be a market mover.
Wow. Well, that's a lot of stuff there, Shai. Thank you for that. Craig, you wrote a really good piece this morning in the NinjaTrader newsletter. By the way, folks, it's free. We're talking like institutional level stuff from Craig and Tracy. A couple of fun charts in there as well. So check that out if you get a chance. But Craig, nearly 80% of the SPX names fell yesterday, while 3 stocks carried the index. That's not a rotation. That's life support. Explain.
Yeah, look, this is something that we keep talking about, right? Which is that the S&P is hard to break when the window of potential weakness is closing or closed, like it is the week before expiry and then next week into expiry, because you have all these back and forth flows from zero data expiry options and just general dealer buybacks of hedges, into an expiry period. And so the S&P winds up remaining more pinned than not. And then, but under the hood, you have massive dispersion, right? You have different one name moving in a big way. Like yesterday, NVIDIA clearly, led the charge. I think over 3.5 million NVIDIA calls traded yesterday, with well north of 50% of them expiring yesterday. And so, just kind of massive flow into NVIDIA, Apple, and then also Broadcom, leading to strength in those 3 names. That market cap then needs to find a way out of the other names, and so, a very significantly poor breath day yesterday, and today, we'll see that what happens with the Kospi a little bit stronger. You got it this morning. You're seeing a similar reaction. Nasdaq up, semis up, Russell underperforming, Dow is flat, and so it's just this back and forth cadence depending on which name, which sector reports some idiosyncratic story overnight. Then the rest of the money sloshes in one direction, comes out of the other names, and the S&P does plus or minus nothing, as we're largely pinned here between call it 7,450, 7,500 cash S&P, which is where an enormous amount of positioning and open interest stands on a daily basis, and then for next Friday's expiry. And so that's the market that we're in here. And it makes it more challenging to dislodge from that, despite the elevated geopolitical concerns that have resumed with what's going on in the Middle East. Oil continues to move higher. The dollar continues to creep higher. Bonds continue to sell off. Yields are moving higher, not only in the U.S., but globally. JGB yields are moving higher. German Bund yields are making highs. Yields across the board in Europe are moving higher. So Yesterday, Amazon also did a big bond deal. Demand wasn't great for, as good as it was earlier in the year. I think I saw yesterday Amazon has raised close to $100 billion of fixed income this year. I mean, the numbers are large, right? So we're throwing a lot of supply at at global fixed income markets, and that's pressuring bond markets. But again, when the time of the month matters for the overall S&P, and so it's not necessarily showing up in indices. But under the hood, clearly, things are moving a lot. Single stock vol is roofing. I think the spread between single stock vol and S&P vol now is back to record highs too. So a lot of kindling on the ground. No necessarily fires are coming yet, but you got to keep your eyes out for for big moves, particularly as we push through next week with expiry.
I got my fire extinguisher right here next to my desk, so I'll be good.
Always.
Blake, I thought yesterday the story on casual glance was crude oil, but the intraday reversal in the tech sector might have been the real story of the day.
Yeah, and it's I think one of the big things that I've been observing just over the last few days, being that this is a transition week, is that and when I say transition week, and since I haven't seen you guys since last week, is that we just don't have a lot of data to move the markets. We didn't have a lot of earnings. Everything's going to really be kicking off next week, so we're very much in these ranges. The move in the tech stocks was met with like a little bit of bounce in some of these international markets too. Like DAX ended up finding some support after having a few really bad days earlier this week. Same thing with some of the Asian markets. So I have to remind myself this time of year that we're in the summer markets. It's kind of crazy that yesterday's events or the last couple of days in the Middle East really hasn't moved the needle a whole lot, not only in equity markets, but also in currencies and even precious metals. That we are in summer markets, so you got to look at like the fringes. You got to wait for the markets to kind of trade around the edges of the market to take a stance, and that's kind of been my observation all week. Is just kind of wait for your key levels and trade around them. But yeah, we've seen a little bit of bounce. I'm sorry I went around in a big circle there, Jim.
No, that was good. That was good. Let's follow up on this though, because this morning when we were talking, the U.S. dollar actually has kind of gotten a little bit weaker since when we were talking in the green room to right now.
Yeah, the dollar's been one of those, as we were talking in the green room, if you will, there's been a few observations, and a lot of people in my community are like, well, the dollar, 2 months ago, we would have got this big old huge response based on everything that was happening in the Middle East, but now we're not. And that's true. But that's same could be said for gold. Same could be said for Bitcoin. The markets are uninterested in pushing the envelope too far. I think the one market that we really have to pay very close attention to right now is fixed income. You're seeing yields. You look at yields; they just look really strong. They don't look like they want to back off. And I think at some point, that is, if yields stay persistently strong, it's going to snap something in the market. It might be the straw that breaks the camel's back as far as these ranges go. But yeah, the dollar, looked a little stronger when I got up this morning, starting to weaken a little bit now. I think everybody's like, yeah, well, Iran, we're going to get some sort of talks happening here in the very near future. Maybe it'll be Taco Thursday, who knows? And the dollar will revert back to being a little bit weaker right now. So.
Yeah, let's stick with interest rates and yields for a second, and let's get both Tracy and Craig's opinions. Tracy, you pointed out that bear flag that lived up to its reputation in the 10-year notes, and Treasury bonds are at 111 even right now. What's the prognosis going forward here?
Well, so, I think we are set to see persistently higher yields. That chart technically does not look healthy if you look at the 10-year chart. And you're going to have, with elevated oil prices, you're going to have an issue getting those yields down as well. Remember, there's an 88% correlation, crude oil to the 10-year yields. And so persistently higher oil prices are going to add inflationary pressures, yields higher, and that's kind of the regime that we are in right now.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, what's Warsh got to do to fix this?
Yeah, we heard from the Fed again yesterday in the minutes, and there was there remains spirited debate, and there remains two camps, right? There's the one camp that believes inflation is transitory and that we'll be resuming a cutting cycle at some point later this year and into 2027 when the inflation data starts to look better. And then there's another camp that basically is saying inflation's been running above target for 5 years. It's clearly we're not in restrictive monetary policy. The AI story is inflationary first before it's deflationary later, and we need to raise rates now in order to put a halt in this inflation momentum. And so it seemed like there were some members yesterday that came out and said that they would have been in favor of a rate hike at the last meeting. Look, we'll see what happens here. We get a big CPI data point next week on the 14th. Warsh then speaks to Congress as well later that morning, and then again on the 15th speaks to the House and to the Senate. Big bank earnings, as Blake mentioned, start next week. So you're right. This was the transition week. Next week's the fireworks is also expiry week. But as far as the bond market is concerned, softness remains. Inflation running above target. Oil prices, not moving materially lower now that we've restarted hostilities. And the AI story runs unabated. Is keeping prices more stuck than not. And so the Fed's got to decide here. How is it going to react to the data? Warsh wants the markets to understand that the Fed's going to react to the data. Well, if the inflation print comes out hot next week, there's going to be an expectation that the Fed actually reacts to that, possibly as soon as the July meeting, but certainly by the September meeting, markets are going to want to see that he's serious about stymieing inflation if that's the type of print that we get next week.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I'm looking at the metals market, wondering why gold is up so much with the backdrop that Craig just explained. I mean, Blake, look at the metals across the board. They're all ripping green today.
Yeah, they are. I tried not to read too far into these summer moves just because there's not a lot of liquidity and people don't want to push. No one wants to like get short gold down at 4,000, knowing that 4,000 is 4,000. I mean, it's just a big level of support. We've been finding support down there all the last several weeks. So it's like, what if I unless I really have to get out of longs, like why would I be pressing the sell button here? So yeah, it is surprising. I think we're gonna have to see a much broader move in yields, and it's great, Tracy. I love the fact that you're pointing out the bear flag patterns in yields. I love it, and in the 10-year rather, but because I know she's looking at that type of technical pattern that really tends to build on itself. And I look at like the 10-year yields or 10-year notes, excuse me, the ZNs, and we're sitting at like. Now we're sitting at like a bigger channel support. And I think we're gonna have to see a big breakdown of notes and a big breakout of yields from here to get any type of response, downside response in gold and silver too. I mean, how many people, Jim, are perched out around the $55 level, saying, fill me, give me long down here. I mean, don't forget that was a previous lifetime high was around $50, when, the Hunt Brothers highs and the old previous highs. So now that broke out above 50, any dip anywhere close to $50 in silver, you're going to find buyers. And I think that's, those bids are starting to get filled, but I bet there's plenty more down there too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm just looking. Platinum, palladium, copper. Looks like copper's kind of has a mind of its own today. What's behind the scenes here?
Copper is up. I think copper is up overnight because we had chip stocks up overnight. It's the AI CapEx trade. It's what it's tied to from the build out of those data centers, and so we are seeing the copper kind of react in kind to that. And I think gold and silver's getting, I think, gets two bids, one with a softer dollar and one also with the AI CapEx trade because it kind of sits in that middle ground between monetary and industrial use. And then I think gold's higher on, having a little bit of a softer dollar.
Yeah, I get nervous when everyone says, "Oh, we got a great bottom in gold. It's time to get long," and that just freaks me out. So we'll see how it goes. Craig, what else are you seeing out there?
Well, I'm keeping an eye on this dollar yen. Blake and I were talking offline a little bit about how weak the yen has been, and you would have thought that over the course of the last several weeks, as oil prices have really fallen back down, that the yen would have caught a little bit more of a bid, given how much energy they import and how weak the yen had become as oil was rising. And so for the yen to remain as weak as it has, I think is a concern. You get the BOJ meeting later on this month. There's concern that inflation continues to run above target, deficit spending is accelerating, the growth trajectory is improving, and that Japan and the BOJ are significantly behind the curve here as far as raising rates further. And we know that Japan holds a big key to the global fixed income markets. And so to the extent that the yen weakness accelerates and kind of forces Japan in an environment where they have to be a seller of treasuries in order to slow that pace down, that's how it filters back into the U.S. markets, into the U.S. economy, and potentially into U.S. equities. And so keeping an eye on dollar yen here, it's very close to the highs of that we've seen here for the last few weeks, and then for the last 40 years. And so I think a breakout above 163, there's a lot of barriers, a lot of options positioning that could accelerate a move in dollar yen to the upside here. That could be a concern and something to keep an eye on.
And do you mind if I jump in here?
Yeah, no, please. I was going to say the yen U.S. futures is about to hit my keyboard right now.
Yeah, it is. And Craig and I, as he pointed out, we were talking offline about this. And you know what? It's been a long time since we haven't seen anything capitulate. I don't use those terms lightly, and I don't use like blow off tops and capitulation because, frankly, I've been trading, since '97 is when I first sat at my first desk, and so you're talking 29, 30 years. I've only seen like big mass liquidation moves, maybe less than 10 times, and whether it's crude oil or Canadian dollar back in 2003, moves like that, like you just don't see them often. And the yen, to me, really looks like it's one of those that's setting up where you could see this accelerated downside move, and it's a culmination of things. It's a lot of things that are bubbling to the top, everything that Craig just talked about. And then also, if you guys haven't noticed, the Middle East is starting to heat back up again, and the BOJ, or Ministry of Finance rather, they're gonna be more hesitant to step in front of the move of the yen if this kinetic activity continues in the Middle East and in Iran. They're gonna be like, what, I'm gonna just let this play out a little bit, because if there's a rush to the exits in yen, they don't want to stand in front of it. So we could end up seeing, with yields popping, with things happening in Iran, we could actually end up seeing some, accelerated yen weakness. And then Craig just mentioned that, you got a lot of options around that. Then you have a lot of, knock-on effects. It's like a big domino trade. You start seeing one domino fall, and the rest start, coming down. And yen might be the centerpiece of all of it. So I think, Craig, rightly so, you're pointing out something that traders, no matter if you don't trade currencies or not, you should be paying really close attention to this.
Yeah, I mean, even when they do the interventions, like you get this green spike for one day, and then that's it.
We hope. I throw bids. I have bids all week long about 300-400 pips below the market at all times, because I hope they intervene. I hope I get filled, and because I know it's just going to pop right back up, or in other words, yen's going to come right back down right after that. So, I sit there and I put bids out there because that's the only way you could really trade the yen at this point.
Yeah, that's funny that you do that, though, by the way.
Yeah.
I like it.
I know. A great start to this morning, folks. Appreciate the panel this morning. Thank you, everybody, for being a part of NinjaTrader Live that's listening and in the chat. Craig and Blake, I will talk to you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back with Tracy and Brent, the BlackLion, in a couple of minutes here. We're going to do a quick edge report. So thanks again, Craig and Blake.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, let's talk about the NASDAQ while we have it up on the screen. Daily candle right here. We have interesting kind of a little consolidate. I'm going to call this consolidation. I mean, we have previous week's lows at 29,273. That's that blue line right there. And you could kind of just put a crosshair there and just see, every time we dip down there in recent memory, last couple of weeks, buyers have kind of pushed us back up. So this is a really nice, bigger picture area of support. We have the 8 and the 20 EMA tangled in love right now. They're touching each other. They're trying to cross. They're not trying to cross. They don't know what they're doing. And they're south of previous week's close at 29,901. The anchored VWAP starting to go sideways here. Again, kind of reinforcing this consolidation sideways idea here for the NASDAQ. I know it wants to go. It wants to go up to the right. And there's a lot of targets up there. But right now, it's kind of in I'm going to use the word relatively tight range. So sideways market at this point. Anything could happen at any given Sunday. Keep that in mind. And look at the RSI. RSI is flatlined at 40. We'll call it 49 right now. Intraday though, there's plenty of targets here. Let me kind of tighten this chart up here a little bit so you can see it a little bit better. I know I have a lot of lines on here, which is, you see a lot of lines when you're in this consolidation mode, right? Because a lot of these targets kind of get condensed. But really, framing the top of the conversation right now is that 0 DTE call resistance. It's 29,700. Every time we try to pop back up on a 30-minute candle basis, sellers are kind of pushing us back down. Right now, we're trading a little bit above it, but the candle's still ticking. So we'll see what happens in the next 4 minutes or so. We've been trading above that session VWAP for pretty much most of the session. Really, we kind of lost it in the rearview mirror. I'm going to say 1 o'clock this morning, and we just kept rolling up here. We took out R1 and all of that stuff. So relatively tight range so far. Framing the bottom of the conversation, well, I mean, down here, there's some targets, some pretty good targets here. We got JAX 2, which is the gamma exposure level 2 from Menthor Q. Thank you, Fabio. 29,300. Pivot right next to it, 29,286. I love when I see two really important areas of interest right next to each other. That kind of adds some validity to that level. Below that, JAX 1 at 29,200, if should we really break bad. And then ultimately, 0DT put support all the way down here at 29,000. So we'll keep our eye on that. Now, on the upside, what are the targets on the upside? Well, we do have that Menthor Q 1-day max, and these are great for trend days. Don't always hit them, but they're a really good guide. They're a really good thing to think about. 29,855 would be that target on the upside. Above that, we have R2, and that's at 29,935, and then call resistance up at 30,000, right? That makes sense. Nice even number. That's where it's sitting. So we'll see. Right now, all systems go, though. It's looking pretty positive. My CCI, my commodity channel index is, it's at 108. I don't see a huge amount of velocity to the upside here, even though it is over 100. I'd like to see it move quicker to kind of give me a momentum gauge right now. So I know there's a number coming out here in a couple of seconds that we're going to see. Maybe it'll move the needle, maybe it won't. Let's just go to the Treasury bonds really quickly here. We only have time to just take a look at the daily candle. And we're breaking bad, man. We've been breaking, here's this peak high back up here on the 25th of June, and we've been selling off nonstop here. We're above a 5-year cash yield right now, which is kind of important. Next target down, pretty much this area of support down here at 109 and 30 seconds. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to Shy. Oh, back to the panel. I'm sorry. We have data today. That's right. I forgot.
Hey, guys. Good to see you again.
Yeah, long time no see, guys.
Jump scare.
All right. So we have initial jobless claims coming up here. A survey is 217,000. Prior was 215,000. And continuing claims survey is what the prior was at 1.8 to 1.4 million. I don't expect any surprises, but just in case.
Hey, one of the things, just, since we're talking initial jobless claims or whatever, just it's going to be really interesting to see what the jobs picture looks like, not necessarily these weekly unemployment claims, just the jobs picture as a whole, after we get over the World Cup hump, I guess we should call it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there was a lot of hiring, temp hiring for those games. So
Yeah.
definitely see if
Well,
we
that's a good
see.
point.
Well, I think we had when we had it last NFP, it kind of showed a little bit of weakness in hiring.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the World Cup over already?
It was over
over.
last week.
No,
actually.
it's not anywhere near over. As
Yeah.
long as Kelsey's putting a game up for me, it's not going to be
It's
over.
over.
Viva la France!
Stop.
That was for Savannah. Sorry, that's for one of
Well,
one
that's
of our.
right. We got to root for France for Savannah. I forgot about that.
Only if it looks like they're going to win. This is money here.
Oh boy, this is going to be a great match today. I'll tell you, and that's one of the things
I
that's killing
support
volatility
Savannah.
too.
We'll keep the bond chart up
right.
here just to see if there's any reaction there, and then we could look at the.
So came in at
NinjaTrader.
215,000 and spot on continuing claims, exactly what was expected and exactly what prior was, 1.814 million. No surprises. It's been like this for weeks now, though. So.
But weeks, it feels like months of like these weekly unemployment claims. Holy
215,
cow!
I know.
Oh man. Anyway, not a lot of movement here, guys, in any direction. So nothing really nothing to see here, folks.
No.
All
Everybody's waiting for the World Cup games, Jim. That's right.
Me included, by the way.
Yeah, you, me, and Kalshi.
Absolutely. All right, you guys. I should probably have read the show flow before we started today. So for the second time, Craig, thank you. Good to see you this morning. And Blake, you're the best, man. Thanks for popping in here with us.
Oh, my pleasure. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Tracy, we got a lot of great stuff coming up today. Let's take a look at who's on the docket. All right, we have Brent the BlackLion coming up next. We'll save a more formal introduction for a second. We have Pharm for Tape Talk right after Brent, and then Stowe and Jack are going to be trading the open, followed by Nick and Salma for midday markets. Then at 2 o'clock, Shai's going to be back with an afternoon update. Leo, XYZ, and Christian are going to be trading the close with us today. And then special event, Develop Your Edge, with the one and only XYZ. It's open mic, baby, with me and XY. So come to the chat if you could make it into the chat and have your questions ready. All right. I mean, our guest is like one of my faves for sure. Give us a formal introduction here, Tracy.
He's great. Well, Brent, AKA the BlackLion, he is a macro guy, independent derivatives. He's been a CTA before. He's worked at family offices. He's been in the business forever. He's great, and he's an energy guy and bond guy. So let's talk to him.
All right, let's get him in. Brent, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm doing great. It's good to be back on with you guys. I was kind of laughing at you there a minute ago, Tracy. We were all on the edge of our seat for initial jobless claims. It's like, I think the only thing that's gotten more boring than initial jobless claims is the Baker Hughes rig count.
Yeah, not a lot of excitement there at all. You know, Tracy introduced you as a macro gold guy. You're way more than that, Brent. I know that. As a matter of fact, I just read one of your tweets about a positive break that traps new bulls getting sold and takes out the June 11th 72.32 low, swing low. Is that a reality? It could happen.
Sure, it could happen. I think that we've got to take a look at, this is classic technical action where this is coiling up. You've got lower highs and higher lows and declining volume, some indecision. I think what's been interesting, since really the first of the month is just some of the violent reversals. It's either you're all in or all out on, memory and AI or cyclicals. So there's been a lot of violent rotations and declining volume under there. And I try not to marry myself to a scenario. I mean, there's certainly some reasons to be bullish there, but I always want to consider, at least for my own personal trading and my personal book, is what is the worst case scenario? that, so you've got this tight coiling triangle and declining volume. This thing breaks out to the upside. Everybody rushes to get back in. A lot of the big institutions are underexposed, and then all of a sudden it gets sold. And if it takes out that swing low that you mentioned, Jim, I mean, this is going to be hell on people. So it's not really a prediction. Do I think it's a possibility? Absolutely. What's the probability? I've got no idea. But I want to always know, hey, what is my worst case scenario, and just make sure that I'm at least considering it.
Yeah. All right. I love that clarification.
So we were talking about U.S. Treasuries earlier this morning. There's, we had the 10-year broke that flag on the daily. That chart's not looking all that healthy. What do you expect for the bond market? And do you see, higher yields for longer?
I do think that yields are going to stay up for a while. And I think that you can't run deficits at the level we're running. I think Kevin Warsh, I want to give the man credit. He's talking a good game on price stability. I wrote a Substack. I counted, I had AI count his transcript. He mentioned price stability, I think 10 times, and the 2% target 14 times in his first press conference. So, props to Kevin Warsh for trying to take that seriously. But the reality is he hasn't done anything. It's all just jawboning. So you still have inflation running above 2%, which now looks more like a floor than a target. And I think it's going to be very hard for yields, 10 years or beyond, to come in. And with inflation where it is, now, that doesn't mean I'm not predicting, they're going to spike up to, 6% on the long end or anything like that. But we've seen this kind of, out on the 30-year, kind of this high stubborn range, say 460 to 500 bips. You see the 10-year floating around, flirting, back and forth over 450. And I think that's just the reality of where we are in the yield curve for a while.
Yeah, I was looking at SOFR this morning, 3.62, effective funds rates 3.63. But, when bonds are at we're over 5% on the 30-year right now, how high does that yield have to go before people's hair starts on fire?
That's a great, I've always just kind of kept an eye on that. If you go back, say 2-3 years ago, that 5% was a little bit of, the Rubicon. If we flirted much above that, it was going to be problematic. I think that there's two factors that I'm watching in this, Jim. One is the absolute level of the yields, obviously important. Everybody's paying attention to that, but also the rate of change. And I think that the long end, the yields can creep higher, say 5.15, 5.25, as long as it's controlled. It's not like some sharp sell-off, where it looks like you're having confidence concerns or anything. But I think we can live up here, and I think we're going to have to learn to live up here. There's certainly no plan to get these deficits under control. There's nothing from a fiscal perspective that says we're going to cool inflation. And I think the jury is still out on the Kevin Warsh Fed if they're actually going to take this price stability seriously.
Yeah.
And then I have a question. Let's talk about energy markets here just for a minute. Obviously, where it looks like the war's back on, or at least the MOU is paused, the ceasefire is paused, although it looks like it's been pausing. But are you surprised energy markets are not reacting more to this, or do you think it's just war fatigue?
There's certainly an amount of war fatigue. I think you're right about that. But I think that through this whole ordeal, what we've kind of missed, and I'm just going to talk in very general terms about news flow that we see across Twitter and X. It's always about the ships crossing in the Strait of Hormuz. Everybody's counting that. You've got Bloomberg's got a new watch list, and on and on and on. Is what that's kind of failing to miss, and I'm speaking strictly on the petroleum side here, Tracy, is there is a lot of crude being exported out of that region, via the land pipelines that cross, into the Red Sea out of Saudi Arabia, and then even in the southern port or in the eastern side of Oman. So there's a fair amount of oil that's coming through there that's not encumbered by Iran harassing shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. In the energy space, I am more interested in the LNG side of things because we can't ship that across land. The other thing, we don't talk a lot about the dry bulk carriers and the exports that come out of there. So, but in general, in energy, no, I'm not surprised that there's been a very muted reaction because of all the oil that it's getting out over land. And we did have that, week or two there where there was substantial exports going through the strait itself.
So, Brent, is there a possibility that we could that both sides could come to trust each other enough to have some sort of lasting peace on the horizon, or is this just going to be friction forever?
And when you say both sides, Jim, are you talking Iran and the U.S. or
Yeah,
Iran and okay? What I would say is, as long as the Iran Republican Guard is alive, the answer is no. You cannot have a lasting peace. These are very radical, binary, religious fanatics where it's we want it all or we're willing to die, and that's it. And when people present you that option, you really got to kind of take the okay, if it's you can't live with this, if it's death to Israel, death to America, Iran's going to control the strait and everything. This is what Donald Trump is learning is, he's probably talking to some diplomats that would love to have some kind of agreement. But the reality is the guys who are given the orders, in the strait and to their military that have their fingers on the button, their fingers on the trigger, have no interest in any of this. So until you eliminate the Republican Guard as a factor in that country, no, you're going to deal with this back and forth, the constant harassing. And that's one of the things I shared occasionally on Twitter is I always go back and I pull up either the Brent crude or WTI. Brent's probably a little bit better benchmark. Love to get Tracy's thought on that. And I pull up the curve from February 27th. Because that was the day before the hostilities really got started over there. Everybody goes, oh, oil's come down, it's come down, and Trump will everyone say, oh, we're below where we were when this whole thing started. No, we're not. We're not even close. The curve is still, out for about the next 3 or 4 years above where it was when these hostilities started. And until you eliminate the threat of harassment in that strait, or, and because this doesn't just deal with crude oil. You've got LNG, you've got the bulk carriers and whatnot that go through there. I think that curve is going to have a permanent bid above where it was on February 27th, just from the uncertainty.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. And now I want to turn this to the gold market because everybody's talking about gold lately. Have we bottomed? Have we not bottomed? Is it going to be impossible for gold to get a bid if we have elevated yields? What are your thoughts on that market?
Oh, you guys are going to hate me for this, probably, just because I think I go back and I kind of look at markets. Let's go back to like really as we came out of COVID. So you've got an ultra loose Fed, and all I have really witnessed is been rotating manias. Okay, we had the crypto mania. When you go and you look, you've got these parabolic charts. They go straight up, they go straight down. Then that washed into precious metals where gold and silver especially. I mean, gold was a little bit of a sideshow to it, but silver was really where it was ground zero. Went straight up, and then up into the 120s. I mean, how many people on this show right now? I mean, look, I'm probably the least experienced trader in this panel right now, and how many people raise your hand and predicted $122 silver? Nobody was doing that. And now it got cut in half. So really, I look at the precious metals are really just the wreckage of the mania from the end of last year into this year. They went straight up. They're coming straight down. You look at the open interest in the commitment of traders, it's flatline. There's just not that much interesting in precious metals right now. When you look at something like even go the last couple of days, you've got hostilities have started with Iran again, oil spiked up, 6-7%, and gold sold off. Gold seems to me to be trading with a higher correlation to speculative assets like equities, or something like that. The idea, I mean, if you would have told me, hey, we're going to have oil's up 7% in a day, the 30 years going to go back up above 5% with a kinetic activity in southern Iran, and you would have told me gold would be lower, I mean, I'd look at you like you had three eyeballs. I mean, this is, that's not the way gold traded as all of us on this show were growing up. So right now, I mean, to me, it just looks like another speculative asset. You can go out there and trade off the technicals.
I don't hate you for that point of view because it's similar to mine. I think there's a lot more downside to go, but we'll find out what happens. Shai, we got a minute or so left. Any last thoughts?
So what are you looking at? You said you were interested in LNG. So what are your thoughts on the LNG market, particularly in the U.S.?
Yeah. Well, LNG is, I mean, it's hard, for a speculator like me to trade. And because of the logistics and infrastructure, it's hard to, it doesn't necessarily correlate back to Henry Hub very well. So, I mean, I'm watching it. I'm interested in it. But I'll be honest with you, Tracy, I don't really know how to structure a trade in it, with anything more than, very short term. As far as if you guys want, to leave your audience with a potential trade, I am absolutely pounding the table. My biggest position is long SOFR. I think that is the most offside market that I have seen in years. When you go and pull up the commitment of traders for the buy side specs and that, the entire world is leaning for the Fed to raise rates. And I think it is absolutely ridiculous, even in this inflation environment, unless Kevin Warsh has like some kind of suicide pact, that he is going to raise rates before the midterms with Donald Trump in office.
That's great insight, for sure. Brent, thank you so much for being here with us today. And by the way, everybody who's listening, if you're not following Brent on X, you should do it. And he also writes a great Substack. Definitely take advantage of that. You will thank me later. Brent, thanks so much for being here. You are the best, and look forward to talking to you again.
Guys, thanks for having me on again, and congratulations on the continued success of the show. Look forward to visiting with you again.
Awesome.
Thank you.
See, this is an example of someone who I kind of want to corner at the bar and just talk, buy him drinks, and just keep going.
He can talk any market, and he can talk fundamentals and technicals. So gotta love him.
I know, for sure. In any event, Shai, good start to the morning. Appreciate you as usual. I will talk to you later. It is time for Tape Talk with the one and only Pharm. There he is. Whoa, the NinjaTrader knitted, what do you call it? Knitted sweater?
Yeah, but once again, all black, right, Jimmy? Look, I've got a crush on you, and I'm trying to look as thin and as fit as I possibly can. That's the true story. I have to come out and admit it. It is what it is, right? A handsome guy.
You got me at good morning.
Right. How are you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. I had a great start in the morning. A lot of stuff going on, for sure. I think it feels like, it's a weird feeling in especially the equity markets where it's like, all right, we're entering summer markets, and then boom, we're not. And now, okay, maybe we are again. We just had a release come out, nothing burger, nothing's moving. So it's a little confused. It's not confusing, but it's a little like bipolar, I think, at this point.
It's been a very weird week. For a number of reasons, right? To start with, ES came up and took last week's high out, and Q came down and took last week's low out. With ES still sitting up, basically at range high, and Q was anyway sitting at range low. So just that alone was just very weird. The amount of dispersion has been absolutely insane. And at some point it's going to go away, and things are going to correlate pretty close to one. I assume you know what I'm getting to, but it's been very weird.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, let's take a look at some farm charts.
Yeah, again, been a weird one, right? So I got to zoom out when things are behaving kind of interesting. And for me with ES, this has been pretty clean, right? Where this entire region has been a bit of an inflection zone, right? Are we going to accept in this upper range here? Are we going to accept back into this lower range? And it's like we did the same move that we did, was this last week? Kind of did the same move there, right? Where we came into these 74.70s, no interest there, reclaim, 75.09, and here we are with the rally again. What I think happened here's what happened. It's not what I think happened. This is definitely what happened. You know that George Bush meme from 9/11 where he's reading a story in the school, and I think it was Andy Card, like whispers in his ear, what happened, right? We need to remake that meme, okay? But it's Scott Bessent whispering to Donald Trump, and he's saying, Mr. President, the buyers were too weak to lift these highs after this last week. We gotta fire some more missiles. We gotta trap some more sellers because it's the only way, right? If buyers are there was no excuse like into a holiday. Like really? I mean, we held this spot. This should have lifted all the way across to 7600s and gone for new highs, and they couldn't get it. That was kind of weak. So we had to trap some fresh sellers, right? Generate just a little bit more lift. So. It's the only explanation, honestly. So clicking over to NQ, like I was looking for this sweep of all these relative equal lows, and then the reclaim of 269. The way it played out was just kind of weird. Right where it came down, I think we did it Tuesday. So I'll flip to NQ on the 30. I think we did it Tuesday, right? We took out last week's low, made an attempt to rally. We couldn't get it done. Those 569s to 595s remained offered. We got yesterday's gap down, which is also like the weirdest gap down. We opened on the true gap, and then like it's not like they weren't buying the open. I mean, they tried to buy the open, right? There actually was no interest below the open on ES and NQ, or at least the 5-minute opening range low, for like an hour. Interestingly, on ES, I'm going to throw this out there because I'm glad I looked at it. SPX did not trade above its open at all for that first hour, whereas ES was almost entirely above its open. It's not very common you get that big of a discrepancy in the open on ES and SPX, but that to me was a little bit of a warning sign that maybe this was going to break lower, and it did. And sellers couldn't get back to the overnight low on NQ, right? So we came into these 29045s to 29069. And like I even bought it, and I hated this rally. Like I was long for it, and I just was like, this is just weird. It was just weird. The selling just completely shut off. Tape got one-sided, and we went. But I mean, like here we are, right? So I mean, like the trade for me was exactly this, and I hate it. It's so weird. So I'm a little bit, I'm feeling a little bit weird today about this, and I think it's partly due to the fact that, again, ES came up and failed higher first, and then NQ came down and failed lower first. And there's something about it that just doesn't sit right for me. So like maybe I need to take today off. I've had a really good week. But something's just not quite sitting right for me. This is a big spot.
You had that kind of that tech reversal yesterday, and that upper distribution that you have right there is super compelling right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big moment, like right where it's sitting, right? Keep in mind we have an RTH gap, and so I'll click to the 5 on NQ, so 776.25. So I mean, it's tagged it, this session, right? But not on an RTH basis, obviously yet. This is a big spot. If you look at the 30, right? I mean, this is where the developing, week's value area high is sitting. We clearly have an LVN right here. And the fact that look at this battle that we had last night with this 569 to 595, sellers had nothing. And it was even more weird last night because like Kospi was like kind of weakish at times. Like the Nikkei wasn't really that strong. And this thing was just perma bid. And so that kind of threw me off. I mean, I was shorting the hell out of this last night, like 3 times. And like I did well. It worked, but obviously ultimately got stopped on this. So that's going to be the first order of business for me today. The upside, we've got 740, 769 is a weekly level, but really that RTH gap, right, 776.25, which sits right in that weekly LVM we just pointed out. It's going to be the first order of business. But I mean, like if sellers can't get back through this 569 to 595, then I mean, they're pretty stuck, right? And so, I'm going to lean back for a rotation, right back up to 740 to 769. So it probably would be looking on the long side. If this is given back and we start offering 569s and 595s, which seems impossible right now. But the thing I'm looking at when I look over, the Dow hasn't done shit. Like it's gone nowhere. Like this has all been NQ dragging ES higher. And how many days have we seen that relative strength flip at open, or intraday, right? Like 3-4 times these crazy relative strength flips. So we're going to get that again. There's no surprise to me that NQ flipped relative strong. Like if you just like basic, I mean, people like to buy things that are cheap, right? Like Dow was a day off of its all-time high, right? So no real surprise that we flipped into NASDAQ with NASDAQ trading so much lower on that big picture chart. You can see it was clearly below, what has been any kind of reasonable expected value. So there's no surprise to me that we flipped to NQ. Now that it has rallied a gazillion handles off the low, like does that flip it open? I think that has to be back of mind, but for now it's constructive. It remains constructive above 569 to 595. We actually opened the ETH session at 6 on like a small gap, right? So from the 5 p.m. close. And sellers couldn't even get there. That's when I was just like, all right, I'm done. I'm done selling this thing, right? It was on this pullback here, and they couldn't even get to the 5 p.m. close. So very, very interesting strength that didn't really make sense to me last night up here. Like I get coming off the lows. But it's I'm confused, honestly. Sometimes I'm a little bit confused. So I'm gonna be a little bit patient today at open, but generally look for longs. If 569 to 595 is holding, I'm definitely not chasing this shit. But and then I'll be a little bit cautious here on some kind of a gap fill reversal. Okay, fine. Again, we talked about that weekly LVN sitting right here, current value high for the week. But I mean, if we are accepting back into Monday's range, where do you think we're going? I mean, we're gonna scoot right back across. This 923 to 969 still remains a huge intermediate time frame spot for me, an inflection point. So I'll be once again cautious there, I think. But if we accept back above that, then I mean we can come all the way back up and put in this huge bullish hammer for the week. We've got a day, 2 full days left. So we'll see. I still think these two levels are kind of your biggest spot to work with today on NQ. ES, I mean, again, like it's the same story as last week, right? I mean, we've held these 74.70s. We've now reclaimed, last week's value. So there really was no excuse to me for sellers not to bearish engulf. And you can see we've put in a bit of a little internal broadening formation here. So now we're slingshotting back across. Do we come all the way back up and negate this potential look above and fail week, or do we sell this back down? Sellers are going to have to get back below this 27 to 31 and ultimately the 75.09 to 75.15 spot. But all of this looks very constructive for today, and I think like maybe a few more missiles and we can get this thing back up a little bit higher, right? We definitely need missiles flying to get that.
No more
that
missiles.
going.
Stop the madness, for goodness sake.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it is though, right? I mean, sometimes you just got to juice the volatility a little bit so that it can come back out, right? I mean, they're very crafty at these things. So drilling into the 5 on ES, I'm watching this 27 to 31, and then kind of 59.60. Like really, anytime we get to 75, 60s, this thing has run into a little bit of trouble. We've seen some excursions higher, but generally that's been kind of the big spot to watch. But we're going to ultimately have to see, again, if sellers are going to have anything, we got to get back below this 75.09, 75.15, take another crack down there with those 70s. Another fail from sellers down there is a pretty terrible look to me. So I've got to lean with the bulls based on what price is doing into today. But again, it feels kind of funky to me. And I'm very interested to see if, we get a relative strength flip at the open, or if the Dow, we're just going to sell the Dow for a few days.
Yeah, I mean, previous week's highs, 75, 93, 94. It's going to be hard to defeat that, I think.
I think so too, especially after we already tried that, right? And it's not like, again, on ES, if you look back at the big picture, it's not like we really came down much lower to recruit, some kind of stronger buyers or something to go back up and fix that. I mean, it's okay. I guess we took a few stops. The low itself isn't particularly great. That hasn't seemed to matter for the last couple of years, but you had, pre-market lows and yesterday's low are relatively equal. Again, I don't think it matters too much. I think that's okay, but it would have been. I probably would have wanted to see some kind of a better spectacular excess or something to really convince me that we're going to come up and lift 7,600. So I remain a little bit skeptical about that. But for now, the order of the business remains two-way trading.
Yeah.
And as of now, it looks constructive. So to me, it's reasonable to favor bulls, but something's fishy to me that I just don't like. So I'm going to be a little bit cautious today. I want to make sure that I'm not shorting a trend day up or something stupid like that because I have, some bias. But I also want to be careful not to buy the dip all the way down if they just rug this and this is a huge trap. So sometimes you just got to step back a little bit. Maybe I let the IB set or something today.
All right. So to borrow a phrase from Deli, maybe a two-way tape today.
Yeah. And it has been, right. We're still in a massive multi-week balance. And I'm hearing rumors that somebody posted a diamond top pattern on NQ and that's why we've rallied. Please, for the love of God, don't drive diamonds on your charts. No, just don't do it. Again, it's a multi-week balance range. Until that balance is broken one way or the other, we're going to continue to see two-way trading. And as we approach, sort of the balance lows, you're going to expect to find reactive buyers. And that's what we've done, right? As you approach balance highs, you should expect to find responsive sellers. That's just kind of how it is. Now we're kind of, in the middle. We're back in the middle, right? So it really, really could go either way today. So I know everybody wants to hear up or down. The answer is probably an emphatic yes. We'll do lots of both.
So, Pharm, I got to ask you, would you like to say anything publicly to Anthony Crudele? It's his birthday today.
It's his birthday today?
Yeah.
How do I not have that in my calendar? Happy birthday to Deli. Pax just had a birthday too. I had no idea. The 2nd, was it? So I guess those guys are around the same time. I'm August, so I've got another month. But happy birthday to Deli for sure. I haven't seen him in a while. Need his handsome mug on here.
I think he's turned 30 finally.
Really? No, I don't. He's like 29 for sure. I mean, he's not as handsome as you. Okay, I don't have a crush on Deli, but I mean, two good-looking guys on the show. Happy birthday to Deli. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm late August, by the way. So
same. Yeah.
All right. Well, Pharm, appreciate you as usual. Thank you for that great analysis. And I won't see you tomorrow, but I will talk to you next week.
We'll see you next week, Jimmy.
Have a great weekend, man. All right, you guys, it is about that time, and we are getting ready to trade the open. And we have with us today Jack Gleason. We have Stowe, and, well, I thought we had Leo maybe. I don't know, but let's get going, man. Let's trade the open. Did I say trade the close? Trade the open. So I was looking at I'm just show flow challenge today. I forgot about the data. I forgot about all the transitions are messed up. I mean, I was looking at the trade the close thing when I said that. But how you guys doing?
Doing good, well, man. How are you?
Pretty good. You guys are looking good as usual.
Thank you.
Good to see you this morning for sure. Well, interesting morning so far. It's like yesterday it was like, oh my gosh, the sky is falling. And today it's like, another slow day at the store.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. I missed that long yesterday. I tried it a couple times in a dumb spot, and then I eventually gave up on it. I too got tricked into being a seller yesterday. And now we're coming up into kind of the higher end of balance. It seems, I don't know. It seems to be partying with few pullbacks after the London Open, but I don't know. I get ES is drag. Yeah. Are we talking about our stuff already? I'm sorry. I'm kind of just, I'm knee deep in charts.
Man, we're doing
Jump right into it. Give us the lowdown.
My bad. So I'm looking at, so the European opening range and ES is behind NQ's bullishness today. And they keep flipping, which is driving me crazy. A rotational market where this happens is not my favorite kind of market to trade because I like when ES and NQ are happy. On the high time frame, I'm probably just going to focus on NQ today as a whole with ES in the back of my mind. ES is sitting in the middle of balance, pretty general balance on the 6-day volume profile that I look at. NQ is, if we open here, we are opening inside of the previous gap down, and it looks extremely bullish as far as the tape goes. From if there's a big data drop, I watch from that data drop on, and so we'll see what happens here at 8:33. And if we get above this 8:33, I'm gonna try to get, I guess, to 30K and see what happens. I don't know. Seems impossible, but it's the tape is very happy right now. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
Very good. So do you care if, like, I know you have, when you show your charts, you're talking about VWAP and, +1, +2 and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Do you care when you just said you're going to focus on the NASI, do you care if the NASDAQ is just fundamentally stronger than another stock index future when you make that decision, or no? You're just focusing on where you're at with respect to your levels?
The only time I take I don't take them into consideration. It's like I only look at ES and NQ. And if ES is being pulled around or feels stuck, I know that there's another index pulling it, whether it's the Russell or the Dow doing something that is the opposite of what the NASDAQ is doing. So based on just looking at the two charts in comparison today, I think I'm going to get a better read if I just focus on NQ today. So that's going to be my plan, is NQ priority, ES secondary, and see how that goes for me.
All right. Jack, what are you thinking, man?
Oh, okay, so I got a couple screenshots I brought in here. One of the things I've been talking about and been tweeting out for anybody who wants to follow my Twitter. So this was the profile action of my scan on the prior day, and you can see that the Dow was really leading lower here, and the NASDAQ was leading higher with the ES. So those two were the stronger indexes, and then this scan runs continuously overnight. So this is from the 6 o'clock session. Got a little bit of a different profile, as obviously we looks like we've started to squeeze, but then that scan telling you the NASDAQ to the upside. Well, guess what happened to the upside last night? The NASDAQ really led here. But my question becomes is, are we bottoming in everything now here? Because prior to the NASDAQ, if you go back 5 or 6 days, the Dow was leading to the upside, and Pharm was actually mentioning that people like to kind of sell what's expensive when we're selling off, and maybe that's why the NASDAQ pulled back. I'm not quite sure, but either way, I'm kind of in the camp that we're going to get a rotation up across all of the markets. Yesterday, like you said, we were falling out of bed. Today, I don't think we're going to get that. So I am actually looking for the potential that we're going to get a deeper pullback in the NASDAQ that's going to hold. I am in the belief that we are going to hold the prior day low in the YM. And so I'm setting up for a potential retest of that overnight low area in the YM. One of the things I like to look for, I have these study boxes that I have that I just consider to be support and resistance. And then basically I'm lining up Fibonacci retracements with them. So I have 3 orders out there right now. They're all kind of pretty far away. So I'm looking for a pullback into 52,563 right now for the YM. I'm looking for pullbacks at 29,504 for the NQ. And then for gold, I'm looking for a pullback into 40,084 half. And that's a much deeper pullback. I do think gold is potentially bottomed here as well. I may move that order up if we do kind of continue hanging out up here. It would probably go to 40.98 because that 40.84 is a big step below. But the thing about a trade like that 40.84, and that level would change if we made a new high. That's going to be the 50% retracement long for the week. As soon as I believe a market's turned, I start placing orders at that. And, sometimes we trade it in the middle of the day. Sometimes we trade it in the middle of the night. And either way, I'm taking that trade.
I got it. And so, Jack, quick question. So you have orders in already. At what point in the morning would you typically actually place the orders? So
I get to my desk. I do my kind of higher time frame analysis. And then, I place these orders, no more than 15 minutes ago. And that's really just when I started preparing for my morning. But I like how my ideal way to trade actually is to come and then I'll do some analysis, higher time from analysis. And because the orders I'm placing sometimes are far out, I can just really do nothing. And these orders actually move with the price of the market. So if we make new highs, they'll move with those new highs. So I really just need to look at the market 3 or 4 times a day at different sessions, pick markets that I feel most confident in, and then kind of throw those orders out that you may not think we're going to hit, but if we do, they're going to work well.
I got one more question though. Let's say that price starts moving in the wrong direction here. Will you reset those orders or just take them off the plate?
So if the case is like moving in the wrong direction, like continuing higher, like in the Nasdaq, if the Nasdaq keeps blasting higher, but the order I have will actually automatically move up with the Nasdaq moving higher. But
that's cool.
If we are so far higher that I no longer think that trade is realistically going to trade and that we're beginning a much more aggressive bid where I need to reapply, I'll usually, if I'm like really being patient, I'll make that decision at earliest 10:30. And that is probably the case. If we do blast higher here, then I do think when we eventually come into the trade I currently have, it's good, even if we would have to move like another 200 points higher for me to want to change that sequence that I'm looking at.
You're in Chicago, Jack. When you say 10:30, you're talking Central or East Coast?
I'm talking Central. So good question there. So 10:30.
Right, so 9:30
basically when the European session would close.
Got it. All right. Super awesome. I do want to remind everybody today before I dip. Really exciting 4 p.m. East Coast time. Develop Your Edge, part 2 nice. With XYZ 4 to 5 open mic. So if you get an opportunity to come into the chat, I know a lot of folks don't typically have that opportunity, and we appreciate you watching anyway. It's going to be a great segment. If you can't get in there with some questions, load them up. We'll feed them to XYZ, and it's going to be great stuff. I'm really looking forward to the 4 o'clock session today.
It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Do not miss it. I'm showing up.
For sure. All right. Stowe, you okay over there?
Yeah, I'm watching this. There is. So we're at the monthly VWAP in NQ. Why'd you think I was about to pass out? Never know.
Dude, I had my senior moment this morning, so it doesn't matter what you do at this point. We're good.
No, I'm watching this bid in NQ at the moment, and I'm watching ES too. So we're at the bottom of the 30-second London OR in ES, and there is a bid piling in, but it is getting absorbed. So I'm also waiting for some. I'm not going to play a pullback here, but I'm watching this for context for when we open, because this is. They're doing somebody is doing something at the moment at 48.50-ish on ES, and also right above monthly VWAP on NQ. So
you're like the trader's detective. Somebody's doing something.
Somebody is up to something. Yeah. So I don't know if they are able to absorb this. And we can't get. We got so close to the top. I'm mostly trying to not. It's kind of what Pharm said. I'm trying to not get too stoked on this and plan for, okay, this is an appropriate spot to look for a pullback, and to know also that we have ramped really hard over here and not necessarily left balance in ES. So ES is still very much in balance, very much two-way. If NQ is going to party, I want to make sure that these buyers win these little fights that they're having. And there currently is one at 730 to 740. It's just a little bit of back and forth, and they're trying to bid through it now. So
awesome. All right, you guys. And by the way, the suggestion for the playlist, thank you for that suggestion. It is in the suggestion box for the Develop Your Edge segment. So thank you for that. All right, guys. Best of luck, man, on your trades. Appreciate you being here with us. Appreciate everybody, the subscriptions, the thumbs up. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. I will be in the chat, and good luck, you guys.
Thanks,
Thank
man.
you. Take care. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Stowe.
Good morning, Jack. What's up, brother? How are you today?
Dude, not gonna lie, I totally forgot. It's been so long since I've traded the open that I actually saw the tweet this morning. And I was like, oh, I have traded the open. I don't think I've traded the open in like
How
a
could you
month.
forget, dude? I've been looking forward to this.
No, you know,
all
I
week,
haven't
baby.
I haven't written down, but it's just like I said it yesterday. For some reason, I thought I had midday markets, and I said it yesterday. I was like, I'll see you on midday markets. That's literally what I said to Jim. And then I saw the tweet this morning. I was like, oh gosh. I was like, I better get going.
See, this is why Jim's all screwed up, is because we're constantly changing stuff on him.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Well, good morning, chat. How are you guys feeling today? Oh, pretty bullish. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this 48 guy is up to. But it's a ton of selling that was rewarded. But NQ is just not really looking back, so okay. Yeah. This is gonna be tricky for me today. I can feel it. I can feel the trickery.
Yeah.
I would like to say happy birthday, Deli. Dude.
Oh yeah.
I love you so much. And some people might not know this, because it's always good to never meet your heroes, because typically they suck in real life. Somehow Anthony Crudele is like the most legitimate, amazing dude in real life, and actually gives a shit about humans and traders. And he's done so much for me personally, and given me this opportunity. So thank you, buddy. I love you, man. I hope you have a good birthday.
Oh man, that's really heartfelt. I don't even know if I can follow that up, dude. I'm just gonna say,
can have mine.
Happy birthday, Crudele. Whenever you want to say you're my dad, feel free to call my mom.
It can be like a card, like my kid's always like, Dad, here, you sign this. I'm like, okay.
You sign it for me. Yeah, I remember seeing him on his podcast and stuff. He used to be back in the day. I'm like, this guy's a gangster. And then I met him. I'm like, this guy's a gangster. This guy's
he's
the
the
man.
old school. He's the reason that like I ever put VWAP on a chart. So
Hey, wait, VWAP or VWAP?
VWAP. I'm doing WAP this morning.
WAP.
What I decided to do is I'm going to do the first half of the day VWAP, the second half of the day VWAP, just so everybody is happy.
Everybody happy. Everybody being happy. Everybody being happy. Look at you, people pleaser.
Good morning, Cooper. Good morning. You got to give the people what they want, Jack.
Give them what they want. Give them what they want. Who am I? Who am I?
And the poll was split when we did it, right?
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
And I'm going to have to get more aggressive with this gold.
What's gold up to? Anything cool?
Just kind of pumping up on highs, I believe. But yeah, I'm just looking at this structure, realizing I missed what would have been an opportunity around, I guess it was a little bit before I was kind of prepared to take the trade, but let me bring it into my view here. But one of the things I look for is, if we're trending here, I got these, I just keep moving stuff around and building, but I have ATR bulls, and then these boxes that I have, they're just like auto drawn potential supports. So if I get a move above those boxes, and then I'm signaling, on the bottom here, you can see this little ribbon. I'm signaling green, and then I start looking for areas to buy pullbacks here. But this would have been a setup because it's a move higher. Put my little box in that's automatically drawn, and then we're shooting green down here. But the pullback I'm looking for is obviously much deeper than that, but this is more in current action kind of stuff, which I may I may switch some orders around to that. But right now, I think this index open is going to be interesting. Are we up a full percent in the Nasdaq? Yeah, we're up a full percent in the NQ basically here. Pretty far away from yesterday's action, and then really and that's been like that for a while. But these markets continue to see rotation, and it's not like they're all in agreement. I mean, the Dow actually just started going positive not too long ago, but I do think we're going to get that turn today in the YM. So I'm keeping an eye out for that.
That would help. That would help ES. Yeah, I mean, we are 250 points above previous day high in NQ, and it's awesome. Don't get me wrong, I love it, but it makes me sweat a little bit up here. That's
is that what that smell is?
Yeah, I showered. I showered. I'm clean. Went fishing yesterday. I had to shower.
Oh, look.
Smell like worms.
Smell like worms and leeches. Gross.
It's funny.
Well, I think we're actually topping out here in the NQ here for the morning.
It's doing
the thing where it makes it, does one of those.
Yes.
Just that new sweeping high through that 330 high in the NQ, and then come back down and go sideways and hold I have a 15-minute chart on. It's a little easier to see in a 5, but not that I want to short the Nasdaq. That's just not my trade at the open. But
yeah, no, I want to. I won't do that because who knows what positioning is going to do.
Yeah,
that's why the open's so tricky. You don't really have any clues until I don't have any clues until at least 5 or 15 minutes has gone by as to what they want to do. Let the opening drive happen.
I agree. I agree.
And monthly VWAP.
Very seldom am I I think I know the direction.
Yeah.
But I hate buying a gap up the first pullback in the morning.
Yeah.
I absolutely hate it. But you know what? What was his name? Well, I guess we didn't close down. So Larry Williams the other day, when his little speech, he did say the most bullish days come from close downs and then gaps up. So I don't believe we closed lower in the Nasdaq yesterday, but the YM, if I'm correct, I believe closed lower.
Okay.
Right. And now we're technically gapping up. Not big. I don't know if he had discerned how big that gap was, but both the YM and I think the Russell closed lower too. So both of those markets, and that's, of course, it's like anything. It's not every day, but that is going to be something I'm going to watch today. I mean, I am, a close down and then a gap up. The Russell's gapping up a little larger than the YM. I do have a potential setup there. So I'm actually going to take a look at that. Take CL off my chart. CL I'm a little unsure of right now. I think we're going to retest that overnight low currently. So yeah, close down, gap up.
The other reason I really don't like this spot is the monthly VWAP itself is always a very messy place. I don't like to initiate around it. It's like, I don't know. It's like getting into the point of control. I think we have enough. What are we on? The 9th? Yeah, we got enough. We got enough on that so I can start to use the current month. So yeah, we'll see. It seems happy. The Dow must be turning up.
Turn up for what? Down.
So the Dow's going to gap up too right now? We're looking like all three of them partying?
Yep.
Okay.
The difference is the close down on the prior day. So I just put an order in at 29.7. Where's my little M2K chart? Bring this over here for a moment. I don't know. I'm going to put an order at 29.73. This little box here. I'm going to look for a pullback into there.
At my worst, when I'm really overthinking this, I think about like, okay, we've gapped this far. What do participants do that are not in this move? Are we going to pull? Are we going to pull back to a spot where they exist and are happy to buy, or do they have to chase? And I never, because I try not to spend any time with the why, because I never know. And those are the pre-market thoughts that I try to avoid, but they're in my mind at the moment. Like, do you have to chase, or is this just going to open above you and you're like, are we net long and you're going to buy more or lower? I don't know. So
let's see here. Man, all of the indexes I think are going to get an up day. I think
Dom like mom. That's right.
Dom like mom.
Hey, good morning, Omni. Are you sold on this? You partying with this? I don't know, man.
I'm not sure if I understand this correctly. Dom like mom or Dom like home?
Yeah, so Pax and Jim refer to the Dom as the dome. And the origin of that is apparently when the dome was created, it was created by a bunch of nerds. And the pit traders thought that since those guys were dorks, they would call it the dome instead of the dom. Now, that's the story they gave me. Whether that's the truth or not, I don't know. But that's why they say dome and not dom.
Because they're dorks.
Yeah. Because they don't want to be dorks.
Oh, they don't want to be dorks.
Dorks invented the dom.
I see. It sounds true to me.
But, I mean, that's even more ridiculous than VWAP or VWAP. Like, it's depth of market.
Sounds like there was a lot of bullying going on back in the day.
It does. Fist fights, all those stories. It doesn't seem like.
I think the guy who was fined the most is one of my friend's dads for fighting.
I don't know.
Guy's name's Louis Borsellino. I'm sure one of those guys could check me on that. They probably all know who he is. But yeah, he was, according to what I know, fined the most for physical altercations. His father was also killed by the mafia, so it makes sense. But that's public information. I'm not divulging anything here.
Big little sweep there, Bub.
Yeah, that's the type of guys we got down in the pits of Chicago. Or at least we used to. Oh man.
That's funny.
Yeah, I got a couple old floor guys in my building. Funny dudes. Always funny dudes.
I don't think I would have lasted in a place where people had fist fights all the time. Yeah. I just don't think that's my scene.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. You do mosh pits, don't you? I mean, just picture mosh pits with trading.
No, sir. I'm on the wall, baby. I am not in that mosh pit at all. If I see one, if I even sniff one out, like one's starting, I'm like, all right, back to the thing.
Yeah.
Even on stage, like I don't leave the ground as a rule. So I'm very much just performing. I do not participate in the dance violence.
Let's see. Somebody mentioned something about. I'm looking for that. I don't see that comment. Oh, okay. So simple. You said thanks for the insights. YM at the moment is poised to open closer prior to value area high within the RTH range. No gap, no value gap. Can you extrapolate a little bit on that? So you're saying it's not a gap or it's not a value gap. I mean, that's Larry's rules. So I'm not going to pretend that I know what they are. So if you've studied it, feel free to. I know we're not above. Are you saying we're not above the RTH high? So therefore, it's not considered the type of gap that he considers a bullish day. We have to be above the high.
Yeah, you got to be above the previous day high to be a proper gap. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, a gap outside of yesterday's range is a gap. There's a lot. Well, I don't want to say a
Well, I
proper
mean, it's
gap.
yeah. So like just different gaps. So that's a value gap. So which one's a value gap? Is that so? The value gap is inside the range, and a no value gap is outside. Like, what's the labeling here?
I don't know. I've never heard it referred to as value gap. I
Okay.
just know that like yeah, gap only looks at RTH session. So it's not like from close, it's just from RTH high to RTH low.
Okay. Interesting.
But that being said, there are lots of other trading strategies that people use and like
Yeah, I mean that's I always like when somebody says something like I mean I just like to know what they are. Everybody looks at things differently, and I like to know the lingo that other traders use just so I'm aware of what they're referring to if they're asking questions. And I'm sure other people just like us don't know.
yeah.
Like tomato, tomato, dome, dom. What are the other ones? VWAP, VWAP. Let's all get on the same page here. Can we have like a proper enunciation leaflet going around so we're all on the same page? Dude, you ever had these yerba mates?
No. What is it? Oh,
So
is
it's
that
like
that
a
thing you drink out of the are you supposed to drink that with a straw through like
oh,
a brass cup?
Good, yeah, good question. Good question. I know what you're talking about. No, this isn't the same thing though.
Okay.
But it's just a little caffeinated tea.
Ooh,
I like to drink them in the morning when I need a little pep in my step, if you know what I mean.
don't I? Man, kid was up late and early. That's how Willow rolls.
Oh boy, I was up till 11 o'clock last night. That's late for me. My friend had a birthday part. Well, he told me we were grilling, and then so I show up at his warehouse, and he turned it into a. He has like his job is to rent equipment to like venues, so he has like $200,000 of like stages, DJ setups, massive speakers, and then so the next thing you know, like it's like a full on rave. I'm like, dude, I cannot stay for this. Like, I have to go home. I was like, I came here to grill burgers, dude. Like, I don't know what kind of party you're throwing right now, but it is a Wednesday night, and I am heading
Sir,
out.
it's a Wednesday. I like that. That sounds like a cool friend, though.
Yeah, no, he's a great friend to have. He plugs me in so many things because he gets free tickets to everything, and he's just like, "Yo, you want them?" And I've known him since we were like 11. So, did my father trade? No, my father is the most risk adverse person I know. My father would cringe. I think he'd rather roll over and call it a day than become a trader. My father was in sales.
Oof.
Yeah, these yerba mates, I know they're like crack because they used to have 200 milligrams of caffeine, and that would get you yeeted. But they've dropped it. It's not as strong as it used to be. But man, yeah, when they had 200 milligrams of caffeine, I'd drink one. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, I might move some of these orders up because we've now placed higher boxes here.
Let's see what this 700 guy's up to. ES is trying to close it at 36. See if we can get him.
I got a little more aggressive, moved my order up as we created a new box. So 52,627 here.
There's
and that
ES's
YM's
gap
probably
fill.
going to fill pretty quickly. And come on, we're close. All right. Order filled there in the YM.
Okay. ES closed its gap. NQ found a very nice bid. 700. We'll see if it holds. Didn't quite run that guy at the 80s. I would like to maybe see 65, I guess. Yes, working lower. What's the Dow doing, Jack?
It is trading down at 520, 52,588. It's hard for me to talk. We're probably going to run into my original limit, so maybe that was a bad idea to get aggressive this early. We'll find out, though.
Okay.
Either that, I will try that. I'll try my original limit if this doesn't work. Yep. And then there's my original limit.
Got those stops. We are there. Kind of ran out of gas a little bit. See if the seller's going to stay at 7 or not. Looks like he is. Okay, ES back at previous day high. Above it. Looking constructive.
Yeah, kind of.
I know what I'm missing. I don't have any jams. What do you want to listen to, Jack? You want to listen to?
Well, unfortunately, I can't hear whatever you're playing, but give me some of your own music. Give me, I want the fresh.
That's the last thing I want to do. Listen to my own songs.
Listen to my own voices in my own head.
Freaking nightmare. Let's do
this is where I get mad at myself. I moved my original limit and then we went straight down to it. And I was like, why did I do that? You know, so come up with a plan. Then you're like, no, I'm going to get more aggressive. And you're like, no, that was fine. What you had was fine. It's okay. Let's see. If we can hold that though, that should take us up.
Okay, back at this 48 spot. This is the turkey that puked its guts out before.
Oh,
on ES.
Riley, to be sure, I've never traded on the floor. I've been to the floor.
Ran overnight high.
I have never traded on the floor. I just know people that have traded on the floor because I live in Chicago, but I have never traded on the floor. I got picks though. I got picks on the floor. I've been like, I think 3 times.
Picks, so it did happen.
Yeah, it picks, so it did happen. Yes, it definitely happened.
Well, sheesh, market. Not a single solitary chance for old Stowe to get on that.
Yeah. Well, that was why my like expectation is like these other indexes were going to get that aggressive bid that was going to be hard, and that's why I like gravitated towards the YM so far. I don't know. I mean, it's looking like those other indexes might not pull back, but then again, the YM could just be weak. I am going to try to swing for taking out that overnight high though, but we'll find out what we're doing. I start getting a little more comfortable around, I know you said that first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 9:45 is really when I'm like, okay, now I kind of actually feel like I know where we're going to go. Everything until then, I get a little nervous. But JT Ripper, Jack, is it Dow or Doe? It's most definitely Dow. I've never heard it called Doe.
It's not Doe, for sure.
Yeah, that's an easy one. Doe is for dopes. Nope.
VenQ holds this 800, it's just going to keep running away.
Is it still going? I don't have it on my chart.
Yeah, they found a passive bid at 800 now. It's well above its overnight high. It's doing its thing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a pretty extended. It's hard for me to. That's the thing for Dow up here or Nasdaq up here. Like I'm SOH. I'm sitting on my hands for a bit. Really, I'd like to see it above 20. I'd like to see it really trade up in a 29,930, 940 area, and then get a rotation back here. That's going to be.
This is the weekly +1 right here.
Okay.
And we just cut through it.
The ES had a really nice test of 31.
Cuts like a knife. Okay. This is where I want to watch. Wow. Okay. Party on, Wayne.
Party on, Wayne. Party on, guard.
Swing.
It's a nice entry right now, but we'll figure out. I don't feel comfortable until we start moving my direction, but it feels nice right now with that. I think right around 940, 945. If we're still holding this level, I do think we'll get a new high through the overnight highs in the Dow. But it's still in a battle zone, and there's only one. Let's see. 52,400 would be the next thing I'd look at below, and if that ends up trading while the other indexes are moving higher, I would absolutely believe that this thing is gonna pop up later in the day. But AV. That long spot is average. Is a VWAP different than VWAP?
Anchored VWAP.
Oh, anchored VWAP.
Yep. A VWAP is anchored VWAP. Yes.
Okay. So it is different.
Yep.
I thought it was like average weighted volume. I'm like, what are we coming up here? I can't keep up with these VWAPs.
Seeing this pullback now. Okay. Back down to 51.
The session overview tool is something I am currently building and is unavailable to the public. I tweet out the screenshot at the end of the day, so you can follow my Twitter if you just want the screenshot at the end of the day. But this thing is 13,000 lines of code deep right now, and it's probably going to be 20 before I'm completely finished. And yeah, you can follow my Twitter, and however I decide to release it, I will eventually announce there. But in the meantime, you can catch it on NinjaTrader Live every time I'm here. Feel free to ask me what it looks like. And I mean, almost it's an add-on inside of NinjaTrader. And there's a lot of functions to it. I mean, if I do release it, because everything is built customized to how I look at the market. But I'd have to do a lot of teaching around it, to be honest, because nobody would understand it. What exactly? I mean, there's some easy things like this trend scan is like fairly easy. Like, what percentage of the day are we trending in each market? And then you can, so like right now the ES is actually, the ES and the NQ are the trending the most. The Russell and the YM are trending the least, and that was the case. So like I use it, and I think it's super helpful. I mean, you can follow my Twitter. So I post the end of day screenshot, but actually this will start from the open. it starts calculating from the open too. So right now, these are the numbers from the open, and some of them aren't actually trending completely. The Nasdaq is the only market trending from the open. Even the other thing is we can move higher without us actually printing a trend, because I have it's a specific code that I have for the trend. So you can tell like the Nasdaq and the way it's moving, but we can move up and not be considered in trend. But really paying attention to the percentage of the day that the prior market was trending is super helpful. As I mentioned yesterday, the Nasdaq was, for the last 2 days, it was trending the best, and it's been the best market to trade to the long side.
Come on, baby. So I got long here at 832.
Nick, I'm 13,000 lines of code deep. 13,000.
That's the overnight high. And yes, you gonna keep going? Do we party on?
Brosif, I do still work with Perry. Perry is the man. Perry does a video every morning in my trade room for his volume profile analysis. Do you have any trading videos in your ATR indicator that I can watch? What settings you use for each tool? You know what, Ronald? I don't change those settings. But yeah, I can make a quick video. I need to do some content on that for sure. So thank you for reminding me. If there's anything you want in the video, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, or you can contact me via email. And I'll include those questions in the video for you to follow up on that. What was it called? Trade Your Edge segment. All right, pretty good reaction from my initial idea here, and the YM kind of my expectation. Even though the YM was the weaker, I did think yesterday's low was pretty solid. It came down to my little green box, my little magic green box, and I do think we're gonna be pushing up here. Into and through yesterday's RTH high is my expectation. 52,850s is where I think we're going. So that's another 200 from here. We'll see.
So I'm long here based on this. Just the price action in general, but we got above the weekly +1 here at 833. It's still NQ is still holding its trend. Oh, hey, hi. Very happy now. This is a lot of buying. Do I take one at V range? Do I fade? Nice. I shall take one. All right, we're just down to one. It's very early in the session, so I'm gonna trail that guy. There's gonna be more chances to get on, but I like this this pullback here that held to the -1. ES is doing its thing. It's above its overnight high. Still bid. Let's see if this buying holds. This buying holds. This is good. This is good. What did I say? 30K? I gotta try to get to? That's crazy, but to hell with it. I guess we'll just put this up here.
Nasdaq's moving.
Yeah.
JT Ripper, do my boxes have anything to do with Tom Joseph? Don't know who he is, so no. My boxes have anything you see on my chart is, I don't pay attention to anybody else, to be completely honest. I just stare at screens all day. Like, I don't know these people. Somebody, if NinjaTrader has somebody on, I'll see their stuff. Like, I watch Larry Williams, but honestly, I am in my own bubble and have been for a very long time.
It's a good place to be.
Yeah, and You know, I mean, there's there's a ton to learn from other people, but you know, and I have like, I've bought courses and stuff. If I think people have something, if I can get one piece of information from somebody in an 8-hour course that I think helps, you know, great. But no, that is most of what you see on my chart outside of like VWAP, which isn't even on my chart, but it's in part of my calculations. Are things that like I just came up with.
Everybody's happy. Everybody's having a good time. ES and NQ look totally synced. Dow's still partying?
Dow's still partying. I got a great entry. It's gonna be that late bloomer though. You know what I'm saying? Like Nasdaq is spring flowers right now. May showers works. Like it's ripping. You know, I knew I wasn't gonna be in it. The entries were last night, in my opinion. So I was gonna go with the late bloomer, hoping she catches up to the rest of the trees at the treetops. So, but that might take a while. It might take a while because I'm looking for, you know, basically a reversal of the slowest market, and I knew that going into this. But it could brew. It's brewing. I decided to go all in, all out on my targets, which is, you know, basically this trade's, if it's gonna work, it's gonna get what I want. But how did I learn? The hard way. Failing. I like literally just one piece at a time. And
constructive.
I had a session which I referred to as the hammered alpha strat, which sometimes it was like a couple things I discovered late at night when I was a little drunk, and I would just come and sit at my desk because I've been making videos every single morning on the market for like 10 years. So there's a lot of times you come up with a trade plan, like literally what I did this morning. I said what I was going to do in the NASDAQ or the YM, and then I decided to move my order up, and then I actually placed the original order I said it was planned. So what I would do is every single day make a video, and I still do that to this day. And then I'd go back and I'd watch what was I saying, what was correct, and what was incorrect. So every single day I had like a way to like, you know, kind of review my anticipations, and then, you know, because a lot of times you think, you know, oh, market's going to do this, market's going to do that. But if you really don't write it down, there's so many thoughts you're going to run through your head during the day where like you're, you know, thinking market's going to do this, market's going to do that. But when I take a step back and start my top down analysis, so I'm you know, a daily chart, hourly chart, 5-minute chart, you know, looking at what markets I believe are trending, and then go down and then I record it. I have somewhere to, you know, go back and look on like what's most effective, what's not.
They might be getting me here.
Cook.
Nope. Took a couple stops there, fighting on this 33. Let's see. Get a steeper pullback.
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid of the NQ up here, to be honest.
I like it. It's just not being very nice to me right now.
I would love, and I think it's going to, you know, be later in the day if it happens, but I actually want to see the lows of the RTH session taken out and a trade down to like maybe like
this is the last stab I'm going to take here.
Yeah.
All right, cool. It do be like that sometimes.
Russell's moving nice.
That was just cheeky enough to work, so I feel good about it now. Came back down, ran that guy's stop, bid. Cool. Oh, it's very happy now. ES back above its overnight high.
My heart sells brings a tear to my eyes to see Stowe buy high and sell higher. That's good.
It's my favorite thing. Yeah, I don't know why. It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me.
Buy strength, baby.
Does it make me broken in the brain? Possibly. But it's who I am, dude.
I tell you what, so if you are gonna buy high and sell higher, like this my Nasdaq reading is as bullish as it gets. It literally says trend buy is bullish, trend bar bullish, ATR bar bullish. That's the type of market. Bull.
Speak
bull,
to
bull,
me.
Bull, bull, bull.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Yeah.
That's great.
Good idea. Now the only question is, do I want to? If this Dow actually gets this turnaround, man, how long do I want to hold this?
All right, we're gonna get back in this.
Dude, I think we can get as high as because we're basically going to be entering a gap above yesterday's RTH high, and I think we could run all the way up to 52,980s. So I might stretch it. I'm stretching it. I'm going for the home run. I feel like I really planned this trade out well, and it's doing exactly what I think. And the other markets are. So I'm lifting. And what I'm going to do is trail. I'm going to trail. Move my stop manually. Every half an hour.
I put 2 ES on here too when that was happening. So I got into both trades. ES pulled back a little cleaner, and there was a good selling tail here. It became the point of control real fast, but I still like it. I liked them both right there. So I'm in an ES lot and 1 MNQ at the moment. Let's see what happens when we get it. Feels fine.
Yeah,
ES,
I
I'm
agree.
just trying to get to 71. Let's see what happens there.
Yeah, I think 53,000 is possible as well today. So, that's kind of where I'm aiming.
Stowe, what? What did I enter on ES? I got in right here. 54.50. It came down. NQ, ES both puked. This was a ton of previous buying. This is what, on the way up, this was a ton. And I saw this guy cross right here and immediately get rejected. So this dried up right here on 52.75.
Great entry, dude.
So tried to get in, just hit the market order, and I did take one off at 57.75. So I took one off here.
Ooh.
I don't know why my dots aren't. Why aren't my dots showing? Hold on. I'm sorry. I'll fix that. Sometimes if I reset this connection, it will, the dots populate. There we go.
Okay.
My positions are visible, homie. They're right here.
Not good enough.
I mean, can you really not see them? I'm
joking.
Oh no, I know. No, I'm asking the guy, can you really not see them? They're the green box is the entry price.
Okay, one thing I don't understand is why mine is so much brighter than yours. Is that just because the
color
shade?
Settings?
Color settings?
Yeah.
I think if we had the same color settings, not to tell you what to do, but it'd be a little easier to see.
I'm not in charge. Not in charge of color settings, Jack, because I have horrible taste.
No, I'm just wondering, is it the chart color settings or that duplicate into the box thing, whatever you want to call it, the position tracker?
I just have a deeper black background.
Okay, well, yours is better than mine. We're saying yours is
Yes.
deeper.
Yes.
No, I just wonder if I'm sure Mike could get it done, but just make that more visible, because I do think it is harder to see personally. But yeah, you don't want to change your charts to something you're not used to.
Well, guys, if you're not watching this show on a 80-inch projection onto a wall in your house while you trade every day, what are you really doing? I use volume, so I don't use time frames. For ES, I use 3,000 volume candles, and for NQ, I use 500 volume candles.
What am I watching on the side? Netflix. No, I'm just kidding.
Are you really?
No. I don't even watch TV, to be honest. This is just an add-on I've built that there's a few things. So there's this, which basically tells me which market is trading what at what percent of the day. So it's something I tweet out every day. And then there's another section of this that basically, I'll get a little wider with it, but the NASDAQ, if you want to trade like the most bullish market or the most bearish market, like the NASDAQ, Stowe's crushing it in. Bullish, I like to see a lineup of all three things. That's going to give you the best, those are the best trends. Gold is also, bull, bull, bull. Copper, bull, bull, bull. So this is just a scanner I've built. And then these three, I don't know, inputs, you could say, are actually also now on the bottom of my screen. So you can see like the NASDAQ here, it says bullish is the trend bias. And then these are just two trend signals that I look for. Trend bar is bullish, ATR is bullish. So for the NASDAQ right now, for the YM, this is actually not the most bullish market, but I knew that going into the trade. My anticipation was that I was just going to be able to get like good trade location from an entry and then actually like look for that eventual reversal. So I got the trade location I wanted, and now I'm kind of just waiting for these trend biases and these signals to catch up. This ATR bar, it'll catch up once we start taking out highs. It'll start turning green. It might take a while for this neutral bias to start actually turning bullish, which right now, like if you look at the Dow, like it's not like it's really got a bullish bias. I'm just anticipating that it's going to turn. But yeah, it's just a scanner I built, an add-on. Oh. You know what? I do not want to take that.
Yeah, I was just joking, Kevin. Does this work for everybody? You guys cool with this? Actually, no, this is fine. Let's see how I can compress it without it. You don't need to see the contract thing. There we go. If this becomes a nightmare for me, I'll get rid of it, but at the moment it's not. Well, it's also different because this is a two-way, but on the three-way, I need to make sure it's small enough so it sits over here. So, but we'll live with this for today. You see, Matt, I shouldn't be in charge of colors. I picked the worst ones. What's this one called? Green, yellow. Should that color even exist?
Yo, that is, I'll tell you what, I can see that.
All right, cool. That's cool.
I can see that. I kind of like that color. Reminds me of something I like would draw on my mom's wall as a kid, just like not on the walls again.
You guys thought Ugly Chart was dead. It's not. It's back, baby. We are so back right now.
Dude, that's so bright. It brightened up my day.
I did find the highest font size you can use, so you can't make it 200. I was trying to make a proper joke, but I was hindered by the limitations of the position tracker.
So now all of the indexes but the Dow have turned full bullish across every signal that I have. So this is, once again, I'm expecting that Dow to catch up and get that rally into the gap. Once we can clear that prior day high in the Dow, I mean, maybe it doesn't happen though. Not everything always goes to plan. You always got to plan for not things not working. But that's my anticipation right now.
Yeah, somebody text Leo and let him know I'm putting bad colors on my chart again. We'll see if we can wake him up.
Would that upset him?
So that might be before you were on, Jack. But I used to have a chart that I made by myself, and it was so hideous the chat could barely look at it without throwing up.
I want to see this chart.
Ugly chart is what it's called.
How far do I got to go back in the NinjaTrader archives to see a Stowe chart that looks like a child drew it?
I would say the end of it was probably fall 2025.
Okay.
So I spent at least 6 months with Ugly Chart. We all did together.
That's nice. Well, you're in it together, man. That's brotherhood right there. Got this.
This is intraday trend for me, and all the VWAP stuff is working. On the ES and NQ are conflicted on the weekly time frames currently, but I'm choosing to ignore it as I've decided just to focus on NQ today. So I'm actually using NQ to enter ES, which is different and something I thought that I would maybe see about working on. Getting a pullback to VWAP would not be insane. Getting a pullback to the -1 is the A+ setup on a trend day. So if this thing was able to sell down and eventually get here, but I mean you don't always get that one. I guess the -1 is 75.43 on ES too. So
all right. So one thing I'm going to do, my Jim had asked me earlier, like at one point do I start moving up my orders? So this gold market is really trending kind of nicely higher for me right now. I just really like the structure. We're bullish here. You can see actually with that new high, my order just moved up, but I'm going to replace my order. And because we just put this box in from 41.16 to 41.30s, that gives me a new and higher support zone that I can begin applying my strategy to. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel the order that I currently have there and go ahead and move it up because it's just, we're moving higher here. So
everybody likes it. All right, dudes, if you guys need me to change something for you, you just got to tell me. This is how amenable I am. That's all I needed.
Let the people vote. Votus method. What is it? What's the Latin word for votus populi or something? Let the popular vote.
Well, so far we let them all vote, and the market is indeed bullish. So you guys got that going for you for now.
Music City, both. Vox Populi. There it is. Really cruising higher nicely there.
One Way Foundation, I don't know who that question is directed to because you just said guy. So I'm sure Jack and I both have different answers. So I'll leave it to you to decide who you would like to ask that question to.
I'm not your buddy, guy.
I'm not your buddy guy. I'm not your guy, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
Yikes.
We're getting hit on in the chat. Let's
Yikes.
go. Let's go.
Easy, guys. Relax.
Spicing up my morning. Let's go. Alistair. Is that Alistair? Is that proper?
Oh, guys. Okay. You meant both. Fair enough. That makes more sense. I thought you were like from the streets, like.
Yeah. Yo, what's up, guy? I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, you want beef?
Um, I use my volume candles to confirm it. So I mean, I just have the levels. I look for a buyer and seller to have a conversation there and then try to see who wins. It's not always very fun or clean. Like here, took me 3 shots, but I just have my risk sorted so that I can take 3 or 4 shots at these if it's a trend idea. This was my last shot at it, and it worked. So,
And for that question to me, honestly, I don't really use the term market structure break.
okay.
And not I just it's just not a term I use. I'm trying to think like
That's
I
fair.
use
I guess
more
I
like
don't-
trend. You know, like I look at things in more trend. And I don't know if I have a specific time frame to confirm like a trend change. So yeah.
My ad here. Time is
I
it?
mean, I would say though,
10
whatever
of 8.
time frame you're trading on, you know, because you can have a market structure break on a daily chart, and that's going to go a lot further than like a market structure break on a 5-minute chart. So, like, what time frame are you trading? Like, one thing I do like to pay attention to, like, I understand what a market structure break is, or like a breakout or breakdown. You know, you can apply that to anything, but like if I see us like, you know, on the edge of a support level that's held for, you know, 4 weeks in the S&P 500, and all of a sudden we got some bad news coming up and we've been banging on that low. Like this actually happened in the breakdowns, I believe in like, I want to say March or April, I don't remember, but like there was a huge drop in Facebook and I saw this massive option order go out. I think this guy made like it was like a $8 million trade to like a couple $100 million or something in a day, but it was like sitting on support, and then we clearly broke the daily. And anytime you break a bigger, higher time frame level, like that reversal is so much more important than an hourly breakout or like in a breakout structure on the 5-minute. Like, you know, right now I'm think we need like a market structure break in the YM. Like I'm anticipating the resistance of the prior day to eventually break. Like that's my trade plan, but you can look at that on the hourly. I would say, you know, I'd want to see a close above the midpoint of the prior day, which is 52,776 on a 15-minute chart. But I really don't think about all that stuff when I'm actually trading, to be honest. But if I can extrapolate it, but it's almost like just in tune at this point.
All right, let's see. ES pulling back to its VWAP here. Let's see if this is going to sell a little bit more. Little LVN there. Am I going to buy this 33 again? Nope.
Yeah. Let's see. RTY, what you doing?
Nope.
Where's my RTY? I got
Really big cliff there at 51.
Why? Oh, no.
There it goes.
Okay. No, I do not stream my trades on X. I stream them on Zoom in my own Discord. But just to be clear, I don't do a lot of talking. I just trade. I'm here to entertain.
800. Got a delta flip there at the range. For NQ, I'm going to wait. Let's see if 51 is going to be resistance here.
All right. Let's see if we can. Bah. Doom, 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 doom.
NQ back to its overnight high. I'm watching here, here, and here. ES tested its RTH open. -1 is at 43. Really zoomed in.
Nice movement today.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Decent tail in NQ there. On the delta volume profile. So this is kind of what I want to see stay. Missing you, I am the very best.
Crayon? No, I've seen one before. I don't want to see another one.
Bid.
Good morning, Michael.
Yes, not following though. Somebody poke the Dow. It needs some help.
We'll see if we get my limit. My limit's all the way down at 576 in the NQ, so that'd be quite the drop, but I'm a patient man.
It's not super stoked.
We start trading down through that open. This is kind of what I was worried about up here.
All right. Yikes.
I got limits at 29,576 half in the NASDAQ, 29,080 or no, 2,982 in the Russell and 41,889 in the gold. So
There's that monthly view up. Really, really angry. Very angry seller.
right through the open there, pop. Wow, I was right. Whoa. Woo.
All right. The position tracker has become untenable. Officially.
Wow. How big was that bar? It was 92 points in 1 minute. Yikes. You stops, ladies and gentlemen. Oof, that was a more aggressive bid in the gold market. I'm gonna move it up. Move it up. might be it in GC. That might be the move. I'm so tempted to just.
I once thought it was. Swept back into previous day high. Basically hit 24-hour VWAP. Now this low in NQ is horrible. So that's not great. It just rejected its -1s. ES retest previous day high.
I don't really like that the Dow is not broken out yet. Even though my position is still okay. I need to start holding here.
A lot of liquidity down there.
NASD, can you explain how you guys were getting bullish at resistance P month VWAP at 29,000 in previous structure? Who said I was getting bullish? I didn't take a trade. My limit's been 300, 400 points below the high all day long.
What was the question?
Explain how you're getting bullish.
I don't know if I am. We got to get above the RTH Open now. I mean, we may have flipped into a completely different context of a day. This is kind of like the last stop. But we are, I mean, a seller is pulling back to good sell spots now. The only thing that's still holding is ES previous day high, and even then it's still not really doing it.
Yeah. The trend scanner showing bullish doesn't necessarily mean I'm buying it. You know, it's just a tool to tell you the trend, which the trend outside of the last 15 minutes has been up. It doesn't flip like that. I still think the trend is higher. I wasn't willing to be a buyer up at 29,000 and I participated in no NASDAQ longs. I'm looking to be a buyer in a pullback, and that's what I'm waiting for. You know, my bias is still long, but I'm actually just long bias 400 points below the high. Everything is context relative. You know, just because it's long bias, that doesn't mean blindly buy.
Say hi. Maybe bum a smoke.
Housing numbers were terrible. I mean, now I'm getting signals for bear. I mean, that's what I refer to as a bear bar.
Yikes.
Dude, we might actually go straight down into my limit. That's crazy.
All right, this low is better now. But we lost all the stuff. Weekly VWAP is the next stop after 833 got lost. Okay, there's the London OR. Buyer stepped in right there. 620. Pretty big lift. We'll see what happens. ES hasn't really gone too far below its low. Yeah, that was good. That was a lot of buying that happened right there at 620. I don't know if he's going to be rewarded. It's still now trending down. Freaking Thursdays, man.
Yeah, there was a while that me and Nick, they kept putting us on. We were the trade in the open, and oh my gosh, it would like, I might actually move this order up here in the, we're kind of in my general zone. I got one more level below, but we'll see if we start bouncing. I'm going to be watching this. I mean, this 1 minute chart. I might start going long NQ here. Where is my NQ chart? That's where it's entered. We have entered my support box for the NQ.
Sheesh, housing must have been so bad.
Wrong button.
What's this guy doing? Let's see.
All right, I'm getting long.
I don't hate it. I want to see
We just
this
kind of, we came right. Oh wait, I forgot. I'm not showing that portion, but yeah, this little green box here. I had a couple areas of potential support, but this little green box, we just came right to it.
I want to see above 75.40.
My support box. Wait, 740. 740. Gotcha. I like that. I want to see above that too. Because if it doesn't get above that, I'm in trouble.
What's this guy doing?
But, that liquidated a lot of people were below the open. Yeah, a back above the open would be great. We got 5 minutes. The first hour is over. I hope so. We're getting a really good bounce actually out of that low in the Russell.
Okay.
I don't have the ES on my screen right now. But yeah, decent bounce off the 31s. Really just the puker here. I mean, that I feel so good about myself right now because I was bullish the NQ, but I didn't want to buy those highs. I was like, I need to wait for this. And I did it. So if this trade works, I'm gonna feel really good about myself.
That's awesome, man.
I just hit some gold targets. Some days you just have like this really good plan and like the market's moving enough for you to for it to work. Some days like yesterday at close, I always forget who I've been trading with. Yesterday at close, it was me, Joey, and Tanya, and we were just sitting there. I was like,
yeah. Sometimes the close is like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I was like, my girlfriend backing up. I don't know what that means. But yeah, picked up a couple things there. The Russell almost right back at high, so that gives me some confidence here. But these little support boxes I've recently coded work very well. Like I had a full zone from 29,657 to 29,576, which is a big zone. That's like, 80 points. But that's, we're running the 1 minute ATR right now. I got it 65 freaking points. So, and that's 1 minute times 1.5, the 1 minute ATR times 1.5. So we'll see. We need to get back above and clear the open here, which is that 48s. And then I think we could get all the way back to highs.
I agree.
And you know what? I think
it's kicking off this guy. I don't like it. I hate this. We're on the other side of the OR mid, and it's being a jerk.
The Russell's already doing it.
Good. There's no real absorption or anything going on up here.
Yep, RTY.
Is this the Kane setup? There you go. There you go, Jack. I like it. Dude, you're gonna
This is the Kane setup? It's long or short?
Long. He reverses the 1030 candle.
Oh, okay. Oh, sick. Shout out Kane. Thanks for helping me out with this one.
He does prefer to sell the market, but
Russell, new highs, baby. All right, I'm gonna have to get a little more aggressive if I want to get long the Russell. I'm actually moving this target up. I'm gonna move my stop up too. That should be a low that does not really get retested. Instead of taking a second target there, I'm gonna hold. I set a timer. I'm gonna give it 25 minutes, see where we're at, and then judge this trade because I think we're gonna get back to 940s at least. Move my stop below that low. Took a third off.
this is that spot we were fighting with this morning. Also, we opened right at it. Low is good.
Oh man, that Dow too. Look at that Dow, just same boxes from this morning. Dow
Partying?
really. Yep, I'm still long the Dow. I mean, my entries was just positioned so great that we've never retested it. Now we're gonna get that push through. That was just what this market needed. Just what this market needed. As soon as you get into trade where everybody just started getting, like when I'm like people in chatters like, oh my god, I just got wrecked. I'm like, oh, not that I want to see anybody wrecked because I know what that feels like, but like those pukers that rip back like that.
This is kind of the scene of the crime right here.
Yep, scene of the crime. I agree completely. If we can start, the key is for me to really start getting in this. I don't even know what am I showing here. I got too many things on my screen. We need to start getting through my little red box here. And if we can clear that, we're good. And then my final target here is going to be 30,097 on the day. So another push to new highs. But I am going to be looking pretty heavily at the 29,940 areas resistance, just basically on those highs. I do think we could trade up there and get a deeper pullback.
Yes, cut right back through that 50 level like it wasn't even there.
That's the thing about those like gap up continuations. I can't tell you how many times I've hit that morning trade like to the upside in the first 30 minutes. It's cooking, and then you go to buy that second pullback.
Yeah.
And and then that happens.
Yep, it's the worst.
Because you miss, like, it's so hard. Like, it's like that first opening drive trade, unless you're mentally prepared to take that opening drive trade higher. And then you try to buy that first pullback. I've done it so many times. And then I'm just like wrecked. And then you're like, well, now we're going down because we just took out all of the morning's progress, got through the open, and aggressively sold off. And then you try to short, and then you get wrecked again. And those are the days where I want to throw my computer out the window.
Okay. ES put its point of control here now in the middle. NQs came in at the bottom. Let's see what happens here on this LVN. I'll try it.
Come on, gold, stay bid.
You're gonna get me.
29,660 is my level down there that I want to see us hold if we do get back to it. I do, totally normal for us to do some consolidation around here, but if we start pushing heavily through 660s, then I'm looking for that 577, 576 level I mentioned before that I kind of jumped in front when I started seeing some bids. 25 minutes from that 10:20 entry is going to be 10:45. Anytime we get 25 after like a puke low like that kind of gives me the structure. 25 minutes later gives me a good idea.
Need to get through this bid here. There you go. Okay. All right, I got one off. There you go.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. Good stuff.
Woo!
Wow, nice entry. Look at that pop,
they
baby.
made me.
Let's go, Stowe.
They made me work for it.
I need your alien puke colored position tracker, brother.
Oh shoot, sorry.
Nah, sometimes you got to move it off the screen, but I just
I
gotta let
did.
people
Well,
know.
the part of the screen that was working was at the bottom.
I gotta let people know you're winning.
Sorry.
Speaking of aliens, Jack trading reminds me of the mailman alien in the Men in Black with multiple hands. I think I know who you're talking about, but I'm kind of guessing on what the reference means.
It's too big now. All right, hold on. I got
there. It is.
I got to turn this down 30. I don't feel like why does it keep going over there? There you go. I don't feel like I'm out of these woods yet either. So
never are until the positions close. Am I right?
Yes.
Am I right? All right, let's get it.
Fighting with the open.
Let's get it. Oh man, I love this movement today. Actual movement. Chat, how we doing?
Yeah, sorry, chat. We were working.
Yeah, who's cooking? In the kitchen with the stir fry.
Oh, my. A new high would be encouraging.
I need a baby blue t-shirt. I put this on about 20 minutes before I put it on the stream, to be honest, because I told Stowe earlier, almost forgot I was on. I don't know why I was convinced I had midday markets. I was convinced.
I was late once. I was late by like 30 minutes because they did instead of 11 to noon, it was a 10 to noon. And I was just here sitting by myself.
Yeah, right?
Listen to music. I checked my email. It was like, hey.
I was late once, but Shab has my number. She's like, hey, are you coming? I'm like, where? Where am I going? She's like,
are we getting lunch? What's going on?
Yeah, like, are you in town? I'm sorry. I'm really bad with my calendar. Well, that is honestly the thing. Like as a trader, I'm so bad with a calendar. Like, I don't keep one. So just because I just do the same thing every day. Like I don't really need one. I never have meetings.
50. Stupid not to take 50 points there.
I have meetings with myself. I look at myself in the mirror. I start talking to myself. Staff meeting, they call it, when you're self-employed. Some people call it crazy.
Yep. Well, it's both.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's okay to be crazy.
Yeah, you got to be a little nuts to do this stuff.
Arg, it's driving me nuts. That brings me joy. Thank you.
Yeah, it is. I need to get a belt buckle like that so I can just tell that joke at the bar.
Dude, I mean, all you need is a belt buckle and an eye patch, and you're good for so many jokes.
Oh my goodness. I don't want to make fun of handicap people with the eye patch, It's sensitive
It's a
subject.
pirate. It's a pirate.
Oh, okay. All right. I need a parrot then. All right.
Parrot would have been better. You're right. Oh man, you get me pumped up. That's like that's Pirates theme music.
I'm amped. CFTC blocking CME plan offer 27 of oil futures. Thank you. Gosh, give me a weekend. Man, if I have oil futures open, you know what I'm going to be doing on board? Trading them. Do not do that. I want the option to not have that if they do offer it.
Hold the mid.
Butters, you can blame Stowe for that. Hopefully,
I don't know what you said, but I'll take the blame either way.
Yeah, no, he said he told that arg joke to his wife and she made him sleep on the couch.
Dude, it's not easy. It's not easy telling dad jokes, man. It's like it's part of the territory. You got to learn to live with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is fine. I'm not going to add.
You got enough on. That ES is cooking for you too. So did you add to that ES or is that a new position?
No, it's new. I got stopped. I tried to buy the RTH Open in ES. I got stopped and waited until this guy. I mean, I was honestly trading it based on NQ. We did make a lower low there, so this low became less annoying once we got this little 30 to 28 sweep. But this is what I was really looking at. Like I said, NQ's been steering the boat for me, and at 620. There, like literally right when you got in, that was such a sick spot. You just said, "I'm just gonna buy it." Somebody came in and bought a ton. They crossed market order right at 620. It's the London 30-second opening range. I did not want to buy NQ there because it was outside of the second standard deviation, and this has hurt me in the past. I've been in an abusive relationship with this setup for a couple years.
Sorry to hear that.
It's okay. It's fine. We're working through it now.
You're recovering?
Yeah. But ES was not in its extreme outside of its second standard deviation. It was at its -1.5, which was still sketch city. But I'm really trying not to pay attention to ES because that I've held the two lots actually. Okay, there's the +1, so I got to get out of it there. Okay. So I'm going to close that ES trade. And the theory for that one was just get to this +1 and then reassess. And if NQ wants to keep going, so be it.
I keep getting notifications that copper is moving here today, and I've just taken a look on it, and yes, it is. Right back to the highs of the range.
Production, can we get a Dr. Feelgood clip for every time somebody mentions copper? That could be fun. Dr. Feelgood. No. It's cool. I'll buy Richie. I will get more. I will get back in ES above this. That's fine. But this is what I have to do. And this is how I use them both. I mean, I even want to close. I should probably close an NQ here at RTH VWAP, but I'm going to keep it on because I took both ES off. So this top ES band, totally flat. I need to get up in here and then pull back and hold this 58 spot, and then I will get back in where I got out. And in case it just runs, I'm in this position on NQ, so... And NQ can still, I'm still looking for NQ to get to the other side of its range, where I'll take another one. But That being said, I did not have a super fun time on that pullback, so I'm also just being cautious.
Y'all know me, still same OG. I bought that CD when I was in 4th grade. I had to hide it from my mom.
Hell yeah.
Parental
Oh, man.
advisory. She would have taken that thing away from me in a heartbeat.
Dude, the kids don't know what it was like to have to literally hide music.
Dude, I was like, I was in line at Target, like I was buying cigarettes. Like I was like, are they gonna sell this to me? I'm not even sure.
Yeah, man. I don't know. For all the Zoomers in the chat, I don't want to freak you out or anything, but they used to card you for CDs. It wasn't just like this tiny green orb that had every song on the planet in it you could just listen to whenever you wanted to.
Yeah, what happened to that? Like,
yeah. Well, the PMRC, that was all just like PMRC stuff, and that was when all the satanic panic stuff was happening too. So it was just like a weird cultural thing, and then they just gave up on it.
They're like,
nobody gives a shit anymore.
Satan wins. Everybody sees it clear as day. Super Bowl, Illuminati. Everybody's flashing it. We all know.
Oh my God. God help you if you were listening to Kim on the Marshall Mathers LP and your mom walked in. You were toast.
Dude, you were grounded. Grounded. Turn off the radio. Yeah, no, any bad song, my mom's like, turn that trash off. What are you listening to? Probably was good for me. I don't blame her for it. There's nothing wrong with having strict parents.
Yep, Steve. Tipper Gore. Yeah, still trying to build out of this. I'm really angry still.
Dude, yes, the albums were under my bed. That's so funny.
Mine were in my closet, but yeah, same theory. It probably made the listening experience better, though. You know, like in hindsight, I probably appreciated. What was the big one? I got away with buying Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style, and that record meant a lot to me because number one, I was able to trick the person that our CD store was called The Wall, so I was able to trick the CD store guy into selling it to me in the first place, and then I basically had to. It was contraband, so probably made me like it more.
For sure. Oh, you think I can't listen to this? Just watch me ride my bike to Target and go buy this CD.
This is why I don't come down hard on Willow when she wants to listen to something. I'm like, because she likes some rap, she likes some hip hop music that is.
She's gonna end up in a rock band if you don't.
It's cool. I mean, she could do that anyways. At this point, the way I'm raising her, she's gonna be. I don't know what would be the opposite of me.
I don't know, man. You're a pretty good package.
Oh, thanks, bud. That's very kind. But no, she likes this one guy, Masked Wolf, because he sings that Astronaut in the Ocean song. And
what you know about rolling down in the deep?
That's him?
That's him.
Okay.
So Masked Wolf also has a bunch of other songs, and she likes them all. And he curses, but
she doesn't.
I let it go. Well, she knows. So I was never allowed to swear at all. Like, you swear, you're dead, pretty much when I was a kid. But what I'm trying to teach Willow is to have some situational awareness about cursing, and that way she can, sometimes she'll be grouchy and she'll be like, I really feel like saying the F word right now. Like, she knows to think about it and decide, is this the time? Is this a good opportunity for that? But no, she doesn't really curse.
That's a good rule. That's a good rule. They're gonna see it anyway, so it's like you got to let them know when they should drop the F-bomb.
Yeah, dude. And also, kids see
No,
all
I'm
kinds of
just
stuff
kidding.
way before
I don't think I've heard a little kid outside of like my daughter like accidentally repeating something that she heard.
That I do filter that, so I can't show her. Like we can't listen to the Chronic. You know, I don't want anybody to think that.
Yeah, no, that. Yeah, what kind of dad are you, Stowe?
If that comes back, if that
Ripping the
comes back
Chronic
up,
in the
it's just-
car with your.
Yeah, no, not quite. Mass Wolf is what I would consider to be PG-13 rap music.
It's so. Is his costume a mask? Wolf, excuse my ignorance, but is that
Actually,
how he
no,
performs
he's
on
just like
stage?
a normal guy. He doesn't even look like. Yeah, he's just a normal guy.
See, I mean, I grew up with a yellow wolf, so like it seems like the wolves are evolving.
Okay.
You know, yellow wolf. I think it's yellow or yellow.
Oh yeah, Bray, I can. So the way that the candles are colored, this is a study from Orderflow Labs called Delta Map, and what it's doing is it's taking the delta dominance of each of that candles and painting it a different shade. There's 5 shades. Some people choose to only highlight the extremes, but I like to see all of them. And it'll just show you white hot for heavy bid. It's another way to like. This is also why I don't have the time and sales up, because this helps me read that. So like this is white red, so this is very, very heavy selling, and you can kind of see where they calm down and switch. So what you want to see, and also don't do this just all over the chart, but what you want to see at spots, inflection points, is you want to see these things change. So white hot, these bubbles are also absorption indicators too. So you want to see a bunch of this stuff firing at the same time, and then it just helps you read what's going on. So on these pullbacks, you can see we're getting these shallower pullbacks. They're not getting through into new stops before they flip again. So I'm still holding this position for that reason. ES just stuck here at that 58 though.
I know the Dow's still stuck at its resistance too. I'm losing patience.
Is that, did I hear the timer? I feel like I heard the timer.
Yeah, no, the timer's been gone, but I moved my stop up. And when I got in this trade, my plan was to go all in, all out. So, the timer is move stop or take targets. And in this case, I would have, if I had just followed, I would have already hit 2 of my 3 targets, but I'm looking for an extended move. I'm looking for an eventual catch up, but that might honestly take till after lunch. And I'll be, can't count your chickens till they hatch, but I can definitely move my stop up here in the NASDAQ as well above break even. I'm just not going to let these turn into losers.
Yes, Rogue Shots. I do have some V range and magic box rules as targets. Typically, if we get to the magic box, I'm done. Anytime I've continued to trade after we've touched the magic box, nothing good has ever come from that. That is an extension that is so far. There's really no need. I've probably seen enough of the market to not have any brain cells left at that point. So I don't trade beyond the magic box. The fact that we've gone V range to V range here is gnarly. That means we have covered the entirety of it, and we weren't able to hold above the top one. So I don't know. I don't feel great about that. We've also hit a good amount of extensions to the upside with my extension study. So the fact that ES can't get above the +1, the ES bands are flattening out. We've hit both V ranges, and now we are smack dab in the middle again. I'm beginning to feel the vibe of this is just going to be a pretty gnarly balance day. I don't know.
I can see that. I can see that. I just placed an order in the Russell for us to pull back into kind of the range we've been in at 29,000. I keep saying 29,000 because it's the only thing that's not in the thousands, but 2,900, not 29.97, 29.97. Another tongue twister.
Yeah, yes, so unhappy.
The sea was angry that day, my friends.
Summer of George. And for that reason, I shall do the opposite. Oof. Yes, back to the open now.
Do you think
I'm not quick enough to grab it. I don't want it yet. Maybe I want it now.
Nimble Flip, take into account summer conditions somehow practically in your trading?
Bad Phil.
I don't really understand the question. Like, do I take summer, like the conditions that summer trades into my trading? Is that kind of like all conditions I take into my trading? You know, some days I don't, today doesn't feel like summer. Yesterday felt like summer. I just think it's hard to label the entire summer action like summer. It's just like when you're having a boring day, like you'll see it in the price action. It'll feel like we're not moving. If you were watching the markets yesterday at close, it felt like summer. Probably go do some summer things when the market feels like summer. But if the market doesn't feel like summer, like the market doesn't feel like summer right now, stay at your desk. So, I mean, volatility is always in constant state of change, and my strategy varies. My size and targets vary with that volatility automatically built in my strategy. So, I mean, if the market's not moving, the market's not moving. But there's really no way to know when the market's going to move or not. But when it isn't moving, you know it. You can feel it. You can see it. You can measure it.
I bought ES here.
Alrighty.
I'm not super excited about it yet. There we go. There we go. Woo! Okay, got one off for 5. So this is my ES ad. Oh, hey. ES ad, similar theory, come down. We touched RTH open. This is a white hot red candle. It turned. Good tail here. Delta volume profile. Passive bid. We're getting above all of these sellers. Yeah. And now I will see if we can break this 58 or, whoops, oh my, almost took profit. And I'll move this guy here. What do you want? You want to watch ES? You want to watch NQ? Tell me, chat. Tell me true.
Crude dumping. It looked like it was going to dump. I was kind of tempted to take a long in there earlier, but we set up short first. I do have 71.95 as a support level here in crude, and we're taking out lows that I actually might place that trade.
Where's the cat? Dude, Rusty is sleeping in a drawer right here. That's where he is. He was biting my knee for about 20 minutes until I asked him to please stop. And he gave me, a pretty grumpy cat look. And then now he's asleep in a drawer because he wanted to play. Russell, normally he gets his cat exercise from 9 to 9:30, but today I had to stream, so he missed his cat exercise.
Yeah, Russell is the performer today on my little trend scan here. Since the RTH open, it is trending 67% of the day thus far to the upside. The best performers right now are going to be copper, HG. Take a look at that chart. It also has a micro. And then M2K, RTY down here. These levels are a little different between the micro and the mini because of the volume weighted moving average is calculated in it, and that can be a little different between them both. But you can still even down here on the RTY, it's 61%, 67% on the M2K, but basically the same. But yeah,
I'm sorry, Jack.
No, you're good.
Stepping on you. On this ES trade, I opened it with 4 points risk, but then I tucked it. I'm sorry, I opened it with 5 points risk, and I tucked it up to 3.5 because if we get back, I can probably even do a little better than that. If we get back below this, it's I'm not interested. But it looks like we be ballin'. Know what I mean?
The summer of George!
We be ballin', shot callin'.
Thank you, production. Whoa!
What up, fam?
All right, time for me to go. Thanks everybody for being here. I just wanted to say see you later.
It's not 11 yet. You can't say that.
Oh yeah, it's not. They brought you on early, eh?
I at least said it yesterday at 11. Thank you very much, Stowe.
Well, that's what Salma always does. She's always like, "I'm out of here."
Stowe, you're in the same. We're in a similar trade.
Nice. Okay.
Wait, what you in?
I'm long the OR mid. Thank you.
Nice.
First trade of the day.
Nice job. We're all winning.
And I'm gonna get one off. How'd you guys do?
Good, bad, good.
Yeah.
It's been a weird morning.
I took one stop in the Dow by deviating from my morning trade plan and then decided to go back to my morning trade plan, and that is my winningest position right now. Currently long 3 different markets with a third off in the NASDAQ, a third off in gold, and my full position I'm riding for in the YM. That was like something I totally mapped out, gave the entry before it traded it, and now I'm looking for that breakout into the gap if we can get through those prior day highs. Basically right here is what I'm looking for us to trade through. That's the prior day mid, this 52,777. If we can get and hold above that, I'm just going to be probably holding this for a long time until we hit my targets. Yep.
I just watched that Always Sunny episode where Charlie and Mac get a job so they can get health insurance, and they apply together so they can split it. It's like, that song, Day About Bow?
Isn't that Pepe Sylvia?
Yes,
episode?
That's the Pepe Sylvia, yes.
Still just great
There
TV.
is no Pepe Sylvia.
Anything for you, Salma?
Yeah, I'm actually currently long ES, but I'm not a big fan of this lack of follow through. I mean, I tried shorts earlier, went to go make breakfast, came back, and I was stopped out. This movement's been pretty wild, but it looks like we need NQ to play catch up here a bit, and then hopefully things can start making some headway higher.
Hey, how about that? Your girl, the RTY, she's a pumping today.
Dude, stop, because I should have been trading.
She's a pumping today.
I should have been trading the Russell.
Yeah, that's your girl.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yep.
Salma, what are the chances I get to hang out with you next Thursday? Give me a scale.
I don't know. Wait. I have my schedule for next week.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Stowe? We're back, dude. You trying to get rid of me?
I'm talking about in real life, Jack.
Oh.
Will you guys hang out in real life?
Maybe.
Wait.
Well, hold on.
I was so quick to go pull up my Ninja schedule to see if we were on together on Thursday. Sorry.
No. I'm on with Jack. I'll still be there, but I'll be in New Jersey. So I'm trying to trick Salma into coming to watch my punk rock band.
Dude,
she wouldn't come to Pittsburgh.
Bro, it's like an hour and something away.
Dude,
maybe.
that is
There's
not
a chance.
far. An hour is not far.
There's a chance. Might be.
So you're
I want to see. I need a
chance.
selfie video.
What did you say?
I said I want to see a selfie video you at his rock concert. Jim's selling you on the idea. He's done
Wait,
it.
Stowe, is like your music similar to Gaslight Anthem or?
Oh, sure. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. All
yeah,
right, cool.
I'd put us in, you know, friendly company.
Is that Stowe?
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
The newer stuff is definitely a little more Gaslight Anthem-y than that clip that they played, but yeah.
Okay. There's a possibility. By the way, chat wanted to know where it was because I brought it up yesterday on stream. I didn't dox it. I said it's up to Stowe if he wants people to show up.
Oh yeah, I mean the nature of this is weird because we live in this trading world where you're not supposed to dox yourself, but then it's also like, well, how do you get people to come to a show if you don't tell them where it is?
Yeah, right.
It's at some brewery. I don't remember. It's in Asbury Park. We're also playing Philly on Wednesday too.
Dude, you're on tour.
Yeah,
I am on.
Are you touring right now while also in school and also streaming and trading?
Yes, and recording a new record. Yeah, it's stupid. I'm
Dude,
a bit of a psycho.
If you play at Lollapalooza one year, I'll come.
Okay, that'd be cool. We won't, but
dude, I don't know. You never.
If I ever make it to Lollapalooza. Yeah, no, it'll be fun. Philly is at a place called Kai Bar, I think, on Wednesday. And Asbury Park is like something Beer Works, but like it's right there on the boardwalk, I think. It's in Stone Pony-ish area. I'm very excited to go to the Pinball Museum in Asbury Park. That's my favorite place to visit when I go there. So
yeah, when you text me, I'm like, "Are you going to be playing at the Stone Pony?"
No, I did get to do that one time. It was a bucket list for me, so I got that done.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Wait, Stone or Stoned Pony?
Stone. It's a famous. It's like Bruce Springsteen famous place.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
I think Lollapalooza might be on the map, brother. You just keep going.
All right. I'm pretty old. I might be dead by then. By the time we're making our like 5th record.
Not with the health track you're on. Come on now.
I'm doing great. I'm feeling great. Your boy's down 10 pounds, baby.
Good for you. Good for you.
I need to bench more than Salma is my real motivation. So
I probably can't bench that right now.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, that's probably a one and done for me, Stowe. I don't think I'm ever going anywhere near that weight again.
You know, this Mihar guy, Salma, by the way, is my friend Omni, and he is
he's obsessed.
He's a competitive power lifter. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yep. And he's been helping me with health tips and tricks.
So like you know him in real life?
Yeah, I would say. We've never met each other. We're internet friends, but he lives in the wrong side of Canada.
I've still never met Leo in real life. So are internet friends even real until you meet them in real life? I guess that's the question.
Well, the thing is, like, no one's
But I've met
Leo.
all of you, the 3 of you I have met in person who are in fact real and are in fact my friends. So
I gotcha.
There's a lot of love going around today. Also, don't forget to give the boss man a shout out. It's Deli's birthday today.
Yep.
Everybody pump the likes for Deli. It's his birthday.
Happy birthday!
Confetti.
And Jim's birthday is coming up, which is way better because he hates
August.
it when you talk about it. Yeah. So
It's in
that's going to be a
August.
good day.
Jim's turning what, 40?
Yeah.
Jim, I've got it in my reminders. I'm waiting. Seriously, I do. I got it written down. Jim's awesome. Can't forget his birthday.
Am I staying overtime now? I was just trying to leave early and now I'm over.
All right, let's go.
Now you're stuck.
Let's go. Good talk, guys. Everybody have a good day. We'll
good,
see you.
Good trading
Send
with
pics.
you, Jack. Bye,
Yeah, you
buddies.
too,
Have
man.
a good
Great
day.
morning.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Later,
Ciao,
Nick.
ciao.
Later, Salma.
Bye, Jack.
Good morning.
What's up, Nick? Hello.
We're back.
We are back. I had to do a double take today at my schedule. I'm like, whoa, I'm with Nick again. I don't think that's
Right?
happened. That hasn't happened in months.
I know. I feel like I never get to just hang out with you, and then now I get to twice this week. So
Yeah.
good for me.
It's a-
And we are just ripping to the upside on this run.
Finally.
So about as simple as long as you could possibly take. Just no selling initiative on this under the OR mid, and we're gone. So proud of myself for this one because this is a trade not necessarily against trend, but kind of like just baiting, just not getting too aggressive on the short side where you had that big move off of the week open to the downside, back down towards where we had the IB low, and then me usually coming to this like OR mid. Like I probably would have taken this short historically. Oops, slide this over.
There's a lot of trappy action.
Yeah, like I probably would have been like more in on this short, kind of near the OR high, maybe even trying it here and getting like a trip back down to the OR mid. But this is a trade I'm not really great at, which is not that it's counter trend, but like you're kind of in the middle of the range. And what we just tend to do, which is you may get that weakness move at something off the open, and then we just kind of drift higher and higher throughout the day. I'm terrible at those type of rotations sometimes, and I'm kind of thankful I got this trade to work. Not my strength. It's like buying a shallow pullback at the OR mid like that.
Yeah, no, good trade. Like I said before, it was very trappy. It could have gone either way. It was looking like, shorts could have worked out there for a sec. It was tricky. It was really, really tricky. Mm-hmm. I'm happy to see some sort of follow through here.
Yeah, yes, just made a new high of the day. Yeah, it was like that. It looked a little violent when Stowe and Jack were on there as we were kind of, I guess, driving down towards the 600s on NQ. I just was kind of watching it the whole time, getting ready for this. Definitely a tough day.
It's good that was your first trade.
Yeah, you could have easily been chopped in this. There's no question. This is a little messy. You could have gotten a little too aggressive on the shorts and currently just getting ripped to the upside. Especially because, we've just been going up, and up since basically after the open yesterday or right around the Euro close yesterday when we were on stream, and it just kind of reversed right when you guys got off.
Yeah, I tried to take a short during Asia last night. It was looking good for like a hot minute there, and then just ripper candle, and then we never came back down. So yeah, it looks like bulls are in charge right now. In
Nick,
control.
Was there context for why you wouldn't look for a short off the OR mid? I think it's just more to do with this looked. I mean, we talked about this yesterday morning too, but it's just like we're at the bottom of this balance, and once we kind of held it again, kind of got back above like 29,150s last week's low. I really am not that interested in fading this, not necessarily on the short time frame, but I'm just kind of playing like the logic of we may now just go rotate back up towards the upside. So I've kind of been looking for longs. I was looking for obviously a short at certain part in towards the end of yesterday, but we are just continuing to drift higher and higher to the other side of this balance. So no reason for me to look for like a larger short at this point. I think also just the patience is the reason I didn't get myself in trouble. I just was not actively looking for a trade as we were kind of starting 30 minutes after the open. Historically, I probably would have jumped into that short, but the fact that I was not paying as much attention, sometimes it's a good thing, as Salma said. I'm probably lucky.
Yeah, that worked out in your favor for sure.
It did. You just, I feel like that's something I've gotten much better at, which is just kind of waiting for the right opportunity and then not coming into it with any sort of bias and just trading what's in front of me. I would like to cover this if we kind of get a pierce above the week open, maybe even 30,000 if this got stupid.
NQ 30-minute looks really good for higher. Still struggling though. What's up, chat?
Chat, good morning. Frank just passed a Lucid 50K account. Congrats, man.
Yeah, congrats. Now take it easy. RH, I'm happy that the indicator has been helpful. Happy to hear that.
You built an indicator?
I clotted it. I didn't build nothing.
What is it?
Oh, just a key levels indicator. Nothing crazy.
Like what kind of levels? Like
Oh,
MGI, Gamma,
yeah. No,
White Van levels?
No, MGI. Just like, your previous highs and lows on like all the different time frames.
Nice.
And then, yeah, just some more like intraday stuff, like Asia, London, highs and lows, midnight open, all that good stuff. But it just saves me a lot of time, and then, I can just have it there and I don't have to worry about it.
You guys didn't know in the chat, Salma is now an AI maxer.
Oh, yeah, 1,000%. Do you know what's one of the few things that annoys me now? On a day-to-day basis? I get timed out of Claude.
How are you getting timed out of Claude?
Because I use it so much.
Oh, plus, you're hitting usage limits.
Yeah. I'm just on the monthly, so I don't know how much you pay for it, but
I just pay for my monthly. Everything else is I pay for 2 monthlies technically, but everything else is local. And
you've reached that level.
Yes, but I have to have the correct amount of like GPU and RAM on different computers to do it. What's my target on NQ? I'd like 30,000. I'd like to see us make a new high of the day at the very least.
Guys, indicator is going to be coming to NinjaTrader pretty soon, maybe sometime next week. I was hoping this week, but it's Thursday. So yeah, probably sometime next week. And if you're on TradingView, you can just look up Salma's key levels and it should pop up. Get that to you guys pretty soon. All right, don't pull back now. Come on. Nick, how does it feel to devote so much time to getting good at trading and be known as Claude Guy?
Well, I think it just we've talked about this. Stowe and I kind of talked about this on Vibe Check too, like last week. I think in a weird way, it's been a good balance for me. Because even for the last, couple years that I've been doing this full time, and I am a good trader, I know I am, but I feel like the fact that I used to work so much and really challenge my mindset and my brain, like actually thinking out of the box, being creative, actually solving challenges, trading doesn't necessarily do that. If you're just pressing buttons, making a couple grand here and there and calling it a week, like that doesn't stimulate, I guess, that part of your brain. This kind of has, and it's kind of allowed me to, I would say, to use that part of my brain that I hadn't really touched since 2023. So it's been good. Trust me. I used my powers for a variety of different things, but I'm also, as much as I am a full-time trader and doing this and having fun with everybody, I'm also trying to, I'm not saying goodbye to my old world. I'm actually building out a few things in that consulting realm again with some of the new things that I've been doing to kind of help, I think, what's the companies that are going to get forgotten in this race, which is probably that mid-sized company. It's not small business because I think that's a whole different conversation. But I'm trying to help other organizations that are around that size that can kind of implement this stuff and actually build it out for their org and help them kind of navigate this next bit of changes that are coming. So it's really allowed me to flex that other part of my brain, and I don't mind. Like it's kept me busy versus having to stare dark ominously into these charts to pay my bills every day. So it's been good to learn. It's made me feel like and honestly, I'm learning it way more and being way more hands-on than if I was still in the Mag 7 actually doing this and talking to customers about it. I wouldn't be building shit. I'd be just talking, a big game and trying to get customers to do things rather than what I'm doing now, which is actually getting my hands dirty. But yeah, Claude Guy here, Claude Guy Trader, whatever you want to call me these days.
It's also so fun seeing like your vision come to life.
It is. I think I said this to you via text. It's like if you have if you're a more creative thinker, if you think a little bit more out of the box, you're probably going to have success with this stuff because the barrier to entry is 0, but it doesn't mean it's going to like take a crappy idea and make it good. Like you have to actually think logically through a process or creatively or constructively so that you can guide it towards the end outcome. That building it is not the problem anymore. It's just still having something that actually is worth building.
Yeah, yeah. I think the best advice you gave me was just knowing what your final product is, and then you can start working towards that. A lot of people start working on something without knowing fully what they want done, and then they don't, they don't quite get there. And it's you know, you got to be as descriptive as possible with Claude, very detailed. But yeah, Nick's the Claude guy, guys. He's your go-to.
I mean, I use all of them. I'm trying to get my hands on. I guess I don't know whose model this technically is anymore since Elon decided to just like integrate all of his companies. But the new Grok build I want to try play around.
I don't know why I've never had like good luck with Grok. I feel like it's just dumb.
Well, the new one is like actually, I guess, through Cursor and like that acquisition that SpaceX made, and so I think it's more like in the Claude Code terminal kind of route than it is the X like chat UI. I think this is like a different model that was just released. So
okay, that I don't know anything about, but like the Grok we all know. I feel like every time I've tried to use it, it's just giving me not so accurate information.
Yes. That can definitely be a challenge.
But
I think, Meta just released a new one too. Like these things are going to get so commoditized, even in the, I guess, the bigger player world, and the local ones are getting even better. The space is going to be interesting, or I would say over the next 6 months. Especially with like usage limits. It's actually awesome for the average person because those models are going to get better. They're going to run on smaller components. You don't need a Blackwell 6000 to run some of these things in the future. So I think everybody's going to have a much better model like available locally that you don't actually have to give Anthropic your money in theory over time.
It's also a little scary though, eventually how good AI is going to get.
It's going to get weird.
Yeah.
We're really rejecting off this V range. Where's ES? ES still making highs
today?
I
don't love this. No, it's also pulling back. Russell's pulling back too. I've got my finger on the sell button any second now. See what happens. We're getting a new 5-minute candle. Are you a power lifter? No. Nope.
Not B range, the V range, which is this green line that you're seeing on my chart up here. Basically, it's just an ATR VIX model MGI level on steroids.
Have you used Fable, or do you not? Yeah.
Yeah, I hit my my weekly limit resets, but I
How
hit
quick do you
yesterday.
hit it? I haven't used it yet. I'm like afraid.
I mean, I did a several builds the last few days of some just revamps of a few things. So I hit it yesterday afternoon, but it took me a while because I did a good amount of audits on a few things, and but the whole thing is like I'm batching tasks to local models. I'm batching things to Codex. I'm literally instructing Fable for just basic things to not do it itself, to dispatch like Sana agents to do certain things. Like you build this logic into your workflows so that you're not going and hitting the usage, which I think the average person doesn't do. But yeah, Codex and ChatGPT like 5.5 do a good amount of like scoping before it even comes back to Fable, and then you work off that. So at least it has a good place to start, so it's not doing all of the effort itself. So you're saving a lot of tokens there.
Hold on, sorry.
But I thought because of the 4th of July and things like this weekend, when I had some downtime, I was trying to let it just do a few projects because, no one's utilizing the compute. So usually it's a better version of said model.
Wait, so if you hit your limit for the week on Fable, can you still use like the other models, or are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It can account
so you're not
for,
locked out.
Apparently, it's like 50% of your current usage can come from Fable, but I don't know. It's a nuked Fable compared to when it was released, whatever, like a month ago. I can already tell.
Yeah.
Because I used that and audited a few things, and it literally, it's not. It reminds me of kind of what, like the first Opus model was that they released. It's good. It's not as good as it was a couple weeks ago before whatever they did to neuter it to make the U.S. government happy.
So a lot of people were saying, like when they came out saying, "Oh, we're bringing it back," everyone's like, "Okay, well, what'd you do? What'd you do differently?" Yeah. All right. Finally, really liking this move here.
Yeah, like if you've hung out with us doing some of the late night streams, like the bot, the moderator, like all of that is local model stuff that I've built.
Oh, I missed yesterday's. I didn't want to show up late, and then you guys give me shit. So,
XY had a really good sequence that he went through. But by the way, XY is doing a full Q&A this afternoon for Develop Your Edge. So be sure to hang out with him if there's questions or things you want him to run through and his game plans, his work, his trades, the way he dissects the DOM. Stick around after Trade the Close today to ask him and Jim all of your questions.
Look at you promoting for XY.
Always. That's what friends are for. I'm currently
You guys are all pretty solid.
I'm editing his stuff from last night, this morning. There's some good nuggets in there as far as the reversal thing was really cool that he broke down last night. So trying to cut that into smaller videos for people. Shorter videos, not smaller. Do you think we might hit the IB high on NQ? Yeah, I think we're going to take out new high of the day. We're pushing through. There's 1,000 lot on ES up here at 77. Another 400 sitting right behind it. So I would imagine we take out the week open at the very least. Go up there. If we get a nice violent push above, I probably will cover. Yeah, this was originally a 2 lot. Oh, now there's a 700 lot. Or I guess it's just somebody splitting them. So yeah, there's liquidity to the upside. Maybe we'll go tag that. Don't forget, Nick, the internet wants the entirety of the segment in small clips. Yes, I understand attention spans are not great. Nobody wants to watch an hour-long EDU video. So yes, I will cut them into shorter videos, but not too short because apparently that also makes people upset that the clips are cut off. So I can never win. Being a YouTuber in a nutshell right there.
We're pretty close to my target here on ES full TP. Be pretty happy with getting out at 77.
Who taught you guys? Because there's not relevant content on YouTube. I think there's a lot of good content on YouTube as far as like the basics of order flow. But I mean, I learned from people around me the way that Leo, Job, and some of the other guys that started Order Flow Labs articulated reading the auction and order flow and volume profile to me. It resonated and it stuck in my brain. It fit my learning style. It fit the way I digest information. So it started there, and then it's just been, for me, having a beginner mindset in this stuff, continuing to try to get better, learn new things, digest new knowledge, and apply it. That's hours and hours of screen time is part of it too. But yeah, that's why one of the reasons we're trying to break down those barriers and provide education for free and get it out there in the world. That's why we do shows like we did last night. XY is doing what he's doing this afternoon on NinjaTrader. why we built the course, why we have our playbooks out there for free, ungated. So, just putting resources that are free and are available and concepts that have been around forever and just making it easily digestible is kind of what our end goal was with all this stuff.
It's not just free, it is absolutely free.
Yes, the course is in fact absolutely
$3.99.
free, but if you complain that you have to give your email, I can't help you.
Oh God. I can't believe people actually complained about that.
So, well, someone sent me a note that
Yes.
said you also locked the ability to take screenshots. Yes, I did. It doesn't mean it's actually locked, but yeah, I made it difficult for people to grab components and copy and paste things from the course, because why wouldn't I?
Wait, how'd you do that?
Don't worry about it, Salma.
So wait. So is it like on iPhone
No.
or
You
oh,
could.
then-
There's a million ways around it, but it just takes away the easy step of it.
Okay, I got you.
Someone has to actually be trying and want to do it versus like, oh, okay, it just took away the ability for someone just to quickly copy and paste all my text. So they got to work if they really want to do it.
Um, 2020 says, "What a day, guys! What a day! I think one of the best days I've had watching the stream and trading at the same time since I started following you guys in February 25th. 2020, happy to hear that. It's awesome.
Nick, I like to target opposite swings for profit targets, but a lot of the time it doesn't reach. Any advice? That's kind of where, I mean, there's no perfect formula for trailing out of positions. I just, when I feel like the pace of the tape or something in the auction kind of spooks me out of a trade, like, yes, we may go traverse to 30,000, but if we get a break probably below like this little consolidation here, like 840s, I'm probably going to just cut this and call it. I don't really, same thing. Like once I'm off the stream here today with you guys, like I'm probably done. I had one and done trade, make $3+ grand. I'm very happy and will gladly call that a winning session in which I'm talking and on stream. Like that's about as ideal and as fun as it gets. And I
Great
can go
day.
do some other things. That's a great day. It's a low effort day. That's a high mental capital day that I still feel very recharged. If I just do one trade and it basically is a very good, not an outsized green day, but a very good green day. What course? Nick has a course? Yes. You can go to course.nickforatic.com or go to vibetraders.com and it's right there. It's the absolutely free course because that was the placeholder name. And then we started making jokes about the difference between it being free versus absolutely free, and it stuck. So that's the lore there.
You still have like quizzes and stuff, right? Like interactive stuff. in
It's
the
also
course?
there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And there's no video course because the video course evolved into kind of what we're doing now with the streams, I feel like. And also it's just it took me so long to start recording like the audio for it in the walkthroughs. It was insane. And I didn't even start editing it yet. And I couldn't clawed my way out of it, cloning my voice because it was never going to be good that way. So anybody that does a video course that's actually valuable, I tip my hat to them because I've invested enough hours building just the written interactive version of it.
So basically, guys, he's saying tune into the nightly streams. That's what he's saying.
Yes. Nick's website is also linked on his NT Live profile, which is linked in all these YouTube descriptions. That is correct. But yeah, if you've never had the pleasure of reading through Leo's, Stowe's, or XY's playbook as well, those are all out there in the space for you guys to digest. I've said this in the course too, and several times on stream. Everybody's learning style is a little different. The way you digest information is going to be different from the person sitting next to you. So the way XY presents it may resonate better. The way I present it may resonate better, but it's the exact same stuff that we're looking at in the auction every single day. It's just presented with two different points of view for this to come to a similar conclusion. So that's why I suggest sometimes reading from multiple angles of the same content because it may click finally. Hearing Leo present it may click better than me presenting it.
Oh, thanks, Glenn.
We're still stuck here. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, NQ struggling at the second OR rotation to the upside. At 86. What's your target for what's your target on your trade?
Mine?
Mm-hmm.
Higher.
Yeah, how much? You just gonna keep holding, or do you
No,
actually
if we I honestly I'd be high. I'd probably just exit it at this point.
Dude, 950 can be in play if we can break above this 86 level.
I mean, I would like to see 30,020s ish.
Okay, all right.
Would be the gamma being in the room up there.
Just the Rusty is pulling back here. Inferno, don't be negative, Inferno. Let us get out of our positions first.
%, IB extension. That's a thing.
You gotta ask Joey about that stuff.
No idea.
IB is getting more complex. You didn't know?
I didn't know we could make the first hourly candle more complex than it already is.
I guess that's just the way you would get your next targets.
Are you trying to troll me right now? Are you trying to trigger me right now? I think you are.
Yeah, I think people are being serious. It's a real thing.
I will not be trolled on the stream again. I will not be rage baited. I'm also currently doing stem on my lower back because I, as an old man, apparently tweaked it pulling my daughter out of the bath last night.
Wait, what are you doing?
Like stem therapy.
What is that?
Like the little electro things that you do in like
Oh.
PT. Just like kind of stimulates the muscle a little bit. Since I was going to be sitting in a chair during this, I was like, I should probably do that since I can't stretch and I'm going to be moving and talking and doing stuff. But yeah, apparently, yeah, that's what happens now. And when you're in your late 30s is you sneeze and you tweak your neck, or you lift your daughter out of the tub and apparently at a weird angle and pull your lower back.
Oh, you're still young. Stop. Who's older, you or XY?
Me. Not by much. We're all me, XY, Jack. We're all in like mid to late 30s, like most, and then everybody else is like early 40s.
Yeah. Interesting.
I need calcium. Nick, are you not allowed to let me know about the V-range part of the OFL tools? No drama. So, no, I absolutely can. I don't know the math behind it. I didn't build it. I just know it's based on the volatility of each of the indices futures product. And then it has a little more math flavor with things like ATR kind of thrown in there, but that's all it kind of is. It's like an extension range averaged based on aspects like the VIX and some other math. So I just don't know all of those things myself because I didn't build it. The boys behind OFL did. And it's great. It's a pretty accurate kind of range to look at, and the extension with the magic box that we talk about sometimes. Yes, it's part of the OFL MGI. It's just one of the many things that are included. But yeah, there's those guys. They're very smart guys. Like I said, I learned from them when I was first starting trading, and it helped me kind of, I would say, shorten that learning curve significantly with trying to digest order flow and just making it easier. Salma, what is your target on this?
75, 77.
5,
I'm on ES.
What we got last week?
77.
Okay.
It's one of Pax's OR rotations to the upside. It's the second one.
Like, could this be a dead body on ES? No. This is so far a pretty balanced profile for the session.
Y'all want to see a dead body?
Not today. There's no dead body up here. Yeah, ES is still just kind of making new highs. We would need to consolidate for a long while to start building a large node that we could potentially fail and then traverse the rest of the range.
Why is my ES chart on TradingView? I'm going to assume that's like delayed by 10 minutes. One insight, you probably need to buy real-time data.
Yes, the volume profile on the far right is the full session. And then right here, this is the delta rotational swing, the delta profile of this rotation that we are currently on, which is basically it reset at my entry, which I guess would be another reason I kind of got into this trade. But you're seeing just this current swing leg here and then full RTH session on the far right. But yeah, guys, if you have not, I feel like we've gone through a lot of engagement and questions with y'all in the chat today. If you have not already done us the pleasure of hitting the thumbs up button and helping more people find this stream and coming and hanging out with us every single day here on NT Live for education, for some awesome trades, for some random fun every once in a while when things get a little slow, we'd really appreciate it. So hit the thumbs up button.
You legit, I mean, I hope this is not taken the wrong way, but you legit have the voice for radio.
Well, thank you. I appreciate
Is that a bad thing to say?
I'll let the chat decide.
No, but chat, you guys know what I mean.
Kidding.
So don't try and stir
the
form. Pot.
Think about it. I used to run meetings. Like it would be me orchestrating through various conversations. But yeah, I feel like streaming is just it fit me very well, my personality.
Yeah. Let's see what chat is saying.
Face for radio is mean. Voice for radio is great.
Okay, good. Yeah.
You have the face for radio is the bad one. All right.
Okay, got it. Yeah, no. Thank God I didn't say that. He just has the
Nick,
voice, guys.
What platform are you trading on right now? That's NinjaTrader, my friend. And then Salma's using TradingView. We're going to get one of these days, we're going to buy Salma a PC. And so that she will use not TradingView. So she will use NinjaTrader.
So she will use TradingView. Yes.
Yes. And she still will use TradingView. Let's be serious.
Dude, I haven't used a normal laptop.
No, I don't know anybody in that kind of like next class of traders younger than me that does not use TradingView, like, or Trade of 8. Like that is what they like the web-based platforms. I get it. It totally makes sense just based on like putting on the marketing brain and what is resonating with, I would say, the younger class of traders. I totally understand. It's the mobile first, browser-based, simple UI that can be accessed from anywhere in theory, any platform. You don't need to be locked down to a massive tower trading PC that's stuck on your desk. So I get it. I completely understand why.
Yeah, to be fair, I've been using TradingView since I started.
Yep.
So it's like all I have ever known. And, I started with options. So I don't know. Sometimes I
did
don't
too.
like change.
I
But
did too,
I'm out of
but
my position. Dunzo. That's it.
I was a big thinkorswim guy for a little bit when I
Oh,
first started trading.
hell no.
That's
Hell
but
to
if
the no.
at the time that was the best option chain that you could find.
Bro, I tried to use thinkorswim when I first got started. I kid you not. The most boomer broker out there right now. Like that thing
You're
has not
not
been
wrong.
updated. It has not been updated
You're
in
not
God knows
wrong.
how long.
But this is why the Robin Hoods of the world came onto the scene.
Yes.
And why that is what I could go to any younger side millennial trader and any Gen Z trader, and they're going to have Robinhood on their phone today.
Yeah.
Really any person that actively has, I would say, a brokerage account, I can guarantee you on their phone, there's Robinhood.
Yeah. So like I know chat is saying that, thinkorswim rules and it's the shit and yada yada yada. And like that's what most people say, but it is not user friendly. You need to actually spend time to learn the platform, to know. And if you're someone who is just starting out in the trading world and you don't know your head from your legs to begin with, going with thinkorswim, you're just going to be even more lost. That's my opinion. I remember, for the first time booting thinkorswim up and I'm like, what the hell am I looking at? So yeah, I can see why people get deterred and go to Robinhood.
But if you have not seen the NinjaTrader mobile app and you trade futures, you are missing out, because now it even has dark mode, which has become my my like morning screener. Like I'll just have everything on there now, which is great.
I just would imagine that if you've got a platform like thinkorswim and you start seeing other brokers like Robinhood, Webull come into the space, and they're obviously attracting the younger crowd, wouldn't you want to like start kind of updating your platform, kind of making things a bit, more UI friendly? I don't know. I get it that they've been around for so long and they've already got their like customer base and all that, but
I don't know.
I would think innovation, like you would just want to keep innovating, or at least attempting to innovate so that you can rope people in. But anyway, this person has been asking the same question for like
Which
the
one?
past 20 minutes. Nick, can someone realistically grow a $2,000 futures account, or do you need more money?
I mean, can someone do it? Yes. Have I seen people do it? Also, yes. Is it realistic? Absolutely not. I've seen people do it with props, but the only reason it works is because it's the 0 to hero game. I've seen people do it with a small cash account, starting with micros, and then as positions move in your favor, as days continue to help positively skew the account, you can increase your size. But same thing there. It's a whole equation of being right first faster than you're wrong. So you have to actually protect your downside. The only way to do it, I'm not kidding, is to protect any risk if the trade moves in your favor. You're going stop break even a lot. You are not letting trades retrace too much. You're kind of being very scalpy to try to grow the account. The problem is, if you see people doing it on social media, I would 100% bet it's not a one and done thing. They're reloading the account and lying to you. That's the truth. But I've seen it done. It's possible in the prop game as well as with a small cash account. There's a bit of luck involved because you have to win your first few trades. Otherwise, you blew the account and you got to start over and reset it, which is what people do. So for the average person, with only if you had $2,000 and that was it, that's all you could afford to put in your brokerage account, that's your life savings, it's probably not going to work out well. But if you're trying to grow an account, $1,000, $2,000, and you want to trade one micro as a learning experience, put some real skin in the game, it's a good way to kind of, prove out if you actually know what you're doing at this point. Because you're actually putting real money at risk. You're trading a real strategy, hopefully, and you're trying to see, okay, over time, can I grow this $50 a day, $100 a day, trading one micro? And then just kind of continue to go from there. I've seen people do it. It's just very, very difficult. And you have to be right a lot.
Yep. what he said. But I also agree with Roadkill. If you've never traded and you've got $2,000 to allocate, maybe you should go the prop firm route.
In today's day and age, I really think the average person should. The only reason I'm in this game is because I played around when I got laid off and was tired of I was just blowing through my severance to live and not generating any income as I was looking for a new job. Props became like a safe haven for me to cap my downside risk. So I had stopped trading futures in my cash account and just was doing props, and eventually something clicked and here we are today. But for the average person, you put a little money at risk. You can actually have monumental upside if you actually are a decent trader. The problem most people get is the gambit of you're just constantly blowing accounts and you're playing the how much am I pulling out versus what it cost me to buy the accounts. At the end of the day, that's not a long-term successful trading strategy, is playing, props against props with a cost versus payout analysis versus actually just trading correctly. But hey, people do it.
Someone in chat said, don't trade props. It's a scam. Paper trade instead. Props are not a scam. The payouts we receive are not scams.
Yeah, there's no way to put any real money at risk. And I've seen people do it. I've given that advice before, but you don't take paper trading as seriously. Maybe some people do, but you're a dime a dozen.
Yeah, I would say paper trade if you're trying to learn a platform, if you're trying to learn how to place a trade for the first time, if like Nick just said, if you want to test out a new strategy. We don't paper trade to actually, learn how to trade. I don't think so. And that person who asked about the 2K, Nick, they were saying, hold on, where'd it go? I just lost it. Something about NQ. I don't think you should be trading NQ if you're just starting out.
Also fair. I would recommend anybody just kind of learn
on MES. Where's the comment?
With one lot. It just you'll get a feel for just the way things move and how to kind of understand risk a little bit. It's just going to move a little slower. It's going to allow you to kind of breathe a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I can't throw any shade at props because props, like I said, is the only reason I am here today. It's the only reason I'm streaming in front of you. It's because I know everyone likes to throw, some of these $1 million payouts at people, but no one looks at what a cumulative person might take out from one or two firms over the course of a year, which is the only reason I'm here. And because I was able to do that, not a big flashy one-time payout, but over the course of a year, quickly becoming a similar amount of money. But we don't ever talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's why I'm here right now as well. So yeah, I don't know how one can sit there and really say that props are a scam.
Yeah, the biggest thing, I guess, is if we could just centralize this to a thesis from today, is you need to have a little skin in the game to really find out, A, if you have any sort of edge, or B, that you have the mental faculties to actually do this with some aspect of risk on the table. At least that's what I believe. And there's nothing wrong with, unless it is the only money you can allocate. If you can't afford to risk $1,000 to trade one micro MES for your first cash brokerage account, then you should be doing a prop or not trading.
Jim,
Hey, guys.
what is up?
Great conversation about that $2,000 account balance. If I could add a couple things.
Sure, Jim.
Actually, just one thing. I think you need to, if you, depending on your account size, you have to level set your profit expectations, right? So with $2,000, you are not going to have a $5,000 day, most likely. But could you have a $100 day? And you might say, well, that's only 100. But you know what? $100, that's a 5% ROI in one day. And as that accumulates, as you get better and better, and you gradually adjust your expectations, then you can get there. But when you first start out, it's going to take a lot of love. It's going to take a lot of time, and just chip it away, chip away, chip away. Even a $50 day is this huge winner on a $2,000 account. So just have that level set, whether you're doing prop or not. I don't know much about the prop game, but if you're funding your own account, think about that as well, and then also pick your markets carefully as well, right? So, S&P is going to treat you differently than the NASI for sure. So, just something to think about, and it takes a long time. Patience wins the day. So, patience. Eventually, you can get there. So, don't expect you're going to hit that grand slam home run on the first week. You're not. Take little chunks out of the middle, slowly but surely. Know when to quit. Try again the next day. That's my best advice.
I agree, Jim.
100%.
Anyway, on other matters, Salma, I sent you.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I got your text. I got to look at it as soon as we hop off here.
This is a video of Stowe rocking out, lead singer, midnight marathons. I'm not going to send you me and Shy in the mosh pit. But
send me the video of you guys in the mosh pit, please.
No way. I trust you, but no, not going
I heard
on.
Tracy started the mosh pit.
Pretty much, yeah. She's small but mighty.
Freaking hilarious.
She's small but mighty. Anyway, well, what a day! It's kind of interesting today because NASI's ripping up 1.47%, still below that 30,000 level though. Which is interesting. A lot of green across the board. Russell 2000's doing really well too. I'm going to talk about that in the Edge report in a second. And it's just green everywhere except energies. We had the total opposite situation yesterday. And that's one of the unique things about the state of the market that we're in right now is this isn't always the case. You don't always have these huge flip-flops back and forth on order of magnitude and on direction that we've been seeing lately, right? And again, a lot of it has to do with news bombs and stuff like that. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents. What do I know?
You know a lot.
Anyhow, great job, you guys, as usual. Let's give these two a round of applause, please. And coming up next, now I got my act together. I know what's happening going forward here. Shai's going to kick us off at 2:00 with the afternoon recap, and then trading closes Leo, XYZ, and Christian. So looking forward to that for sure this afternoon. And who knows, stuff could happen. My guess is stuff is going to happen. A lot of great markets moving around here. So appreciate that. The other thing I want to remind everybody, 4 p.m. We're not done at 4. The bell's going to ring. We're still rolling. There we go. There is that good-looking young man. This is XYZ, a.k.a. Jay. Open mic. Develop your edge for a whole hour. Come if you can make it into the chat, even if you've never been in the chat. Get some questions in there, and we'll feed them to XYZ, and it'll be a lot of fun and a lot of education, very educational. So hopefully we'll see you then. All right, you guys. Having said all that, I'm not going to see you guys until next week. So you guys have a great weekend.
Because you're not going to be here tomorrow.
I'm out tomorrow. Yeah.
That's okay. I'm subbing in for you in the morning.
There you go. I need a day.
Well, actually, Craig is subbing in, but
yeah, no, Craig's awesome. Craig's the best. I think Blake might be here tomorrow. Actually, I could tell you that as well, real quickly. Let me just hit my magic buttons here. Tomorrow. Yeah, we got Blake, Pax, Craig, and Shy. It'll be awesome. And then XYZ, Chris are trading. Lumi and Stowe will join them. So full day tomorrow, all the way to 1:00. It'll be awesome. All right, guys. I appreciate you as usual. Be safe. I will do a quick edge report. We'll end the stream.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Jim. Bye, Nick. Bye, chat.
All right. Let me get that out of the way. Let's talk about the Russell 2000. This is a daily candle chart. And we did have some retracement, right? We did have some retracement off the highs here, and I have some Salma levels up on the screen. Those are going to be available sooner than later. I know Mike Burke is working on the package to shuffle it together and get it to you guys. Stay tuned for that. I am going to draw a fib line though right now, and I'm going to use this swing low right here. This was a nice kind of sell off here, and this kind of started on the June 9th. So I'm going to use that swing low, prior month low. Again, there's a Salma level right there. So it makes it nice and easy for me. I'll bring it all the way up to previous week high or calendar year high. And we'll go ahead and tap that in. And you can see the retracement gets us right back to that 38.1% retracement, which is textbook perfect, by the way. Yeah, we wick through it for sure, but these are the futures markets, and you get this kind of stuff, especially when we get news events. Today we opened up right at that 38. We drove all the way up to the 23.6. So on a longer term time frame, I'm a super fan of the fibs. I like to look at them. It gives me a good idea of what's happening. In any event, this trend line here, I kept it in here just for now to see if it acts as resistance or it becomes support again. We could adjust that later on if we have to. So that's the bigger picture of the Russell 2000. Here's the intraday picture of the Russell 2000. And, we've had a huge, we made some lows, right? After the London IB, we sold off. We made some lows down here. We broke that pivot at the bottom. And then it's been pretty much a nice grind up. Look at that VWAP here. A lot of separation between session VWAP and price right now. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of retracement back down. But again, textbook, nothing too out of whack. One day max is definitely in play right now. That's at Menthor Q level. But more importantly, is previous sessions highs. That's that green line right there at 30.04. So keep an eye on that previous sessions highs to see if it acts as a pivotal kind of guideline for us, whether we want to go long or short. The midpoint is right by that R1 level. Again, this is part of the daily pivot study, 2997.6, and that VWAP is going to be formidable. It'll be hard to break through that. Now, anything could happen at this point, but you never know. So if we do break down, there's some levels here. There's really the main level that I would probably think about is if we get back into the London IB, then that could be a little bit ugly here. And the top of the London IB is at 86.3, and then that zero DTE call resistance is always super important, 29.75. If we resume our drive up, we got a lot of empty space up here. R2 is next up. That's at 31.4. So that's the Russell 2000. I wanted to take a peek at another market, which I thought was very interesting. And we're going to talk more about this earlier in the day going forward here. But I'm going to pull up the Eurostock 50. And this is depending on where you're at in the world and when you want to trade and the times you want to trade, this is a really, really, really interesting market to trade. Now, this is like the blue chip of index of Europe. Here's some of the companies you might be familiar with that are in that 50 stock index. And it is highly correlated with the U.S. indices market, as you can see. Right, this kind of looks like a lot of the U.S. stock index futures that we look at right here, but it's very tradable. We've done over 300,000 contracts, and here's the most interesting thing in my mind. This is the trading ladder for this contract. Look at the bids and offers. We have bids that are hundreds deep per tick level, right? And that's a thick market. That's a liquid market, and it does move very methodically as well. So you don't get a lot of the whiplash you get with the micro Nasdaq. It trades pretty much. I'll go over the trading hours in a second, but and the offers are the same thing. There's 3,200 10 ticks deep on the offer and 2,900-ish on the bid. Now the tick size is a little funky. It's not a funky. It's 10 euros. This is a Eurex exchange market, and so each tick is worth 10 euros. And right now that's about $11.47 US. So that's why when you show the P&L here on the dome, it's translating it for you. So that's why it's weird with some cents on it and stuff. It rounds up a penny, rounds down a penny, depending on where you're at. So this is a really interesting market. And not only that, it trades, remember, this is European, right? So the bell rings earlier in the day, right? So there's an opportunity. I don't know where you're at in this world, but oopsie, that's the wrong chart. And here's what it looks like. I kind of scrubbed it all, and I just have a regular trading hour volume profile up here right now. These are extended hours, and this is going to go all the way to 4 o'clock East Coast time. And then you can see the volume smiles. You can see when there's volume and when there's not volume on an intraday basis, which will help you decide, do I want to participate now or not? So this is a good market. We're going to keep focused on this market going forward here. So that is this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here today. Looking forward to this afternoon. Is going to be awesome, especially with XYZ, Shai's afternoon update, along with the folks that are trading the close. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up. You guys are the best. We're going to get a nice, relaxing lunch in, and we'll be back to finish strong today.